Good morning. I am opening the annual town meeting on May 20, the first session of the annual town meeting, and hopefully the only session on May 22nd, 2021. And we did get the date fixed. Thank you all for coming. Next slide, please. So just a couple minor introductions, or a couple of minor issues. We are in the cafeteria auditorium. You can eat inside, you can eat outside, unlike most town meetings. There's unfortunately no smoking on school grounds. You can walk out to the sidewalk if you feel the need. We ask that, where'd mine go? That we, there we go, that you mute or turn off your cell phones. I actually use mine as for timers. Other than recognizing people, we don't, there's no applause or verbal outbursts when we're debating any motions under any articles. And we have clickers this year again. If you haven't used them, you can, there's a little white button on top you can turn on. There's a, I think most people were given, or you had the opportunity to, actually I think they're on your tables inside at least, directions on how to use them, but you turn them on. And we only have yeses and nos. When you do vote, it'll say okay, it'll print a little okay. In fact, I believe you can press 0 or 1 or 2 now. And if it shows okay, it means that your clicker is registering its vote. If you are outside, please check that it's registering. Sometimes it takes a little while to register. If it's not registering, move a little bit closer to the school if you're outside. And if it continues to not work, get the deputy moderator's attention outside, or just go to the check-in tent and swap it out. So we'll go to the next slide, and we'll actually do an actual vote here. My name is David Walrath. I am the elected town moderator. One of the privileges that I have is I can nominate a deputy moderator for the year. And again, this year I nominate Laura Spear. It requires a town meeting vote to accept that nomination, or to vote in the deputy moderator. So we're going to do a vote now. If you support Laura Spear, or you wish to vote yes for Laura Spear, or actually yes or no, we'll take a vote now, and it's open for voting. How long are we going to keep it open?
Whatever you feel like, 20, 30 seconds.
We'll keep it open for about 30 seconds. And this is a good test. Make sure that it's saying okay on your voting clicker. And give me a 10-second warning.
Also, people that are coming from outside to inside, in order to vote, they'll have to get a clicker.
Thank you. While we're open, outside, if you have a lanyard, you'll need to trade your clicker with Joyce, I guess, the executive assistant to the selectman and the town administrator, going inside to outside and outside to inside. The clickers don't automatically switch over from inside to outside. That's not a big deal, but just please make a point of doing that. And we're going to close voting in just a couple seconds. And we'll close it. And the final vote total is 119 yes, 3 no, and I guess abstentions was working. We have 3 abstentions, which is fine. And this requires a majority vote, so I will declare that vote as passed. I can also appoint assistant moderators. They don't require an election. We have Deb Woods inside and Alice DeLuca outside. Deb Woods is up in the third row here raising her arm. If you have any questions or issues and you don't want to get my attention and slow the meeting down, just ask the assistant moderator, and they'll either answer your question, help you out, or get the deputy or my attention to address whatever the issue is. And then behind me, I have Linda Hathaway, our town clerk. Deb Scythe is around here someplace, and Peter, who's actually from the company that we are, Meridia, the company that makes the clickers and system that the town has actually purchased with COVID funds.
I'm going to interrupt. These, they shouldn't vote and abstain. I know, but the total count of, they think their vote is counting in the total. Because this number is.
Next slide, please. Directly in front of me inside, we have the Board of Selectmen, so you can't see them outside. But Tom Ryan, Megan Birch, Michael, Courtney Freccia, Jim Salvi, Ellen Sturgis. We have our new town administrator this year, Denise, Joyce, the Selectmen's executive assistant, and I'm not sure if Phoebe Habercorn is here, but she's the office assistant. Next slide, please. We'll be hearing from the Finance Committee on various articles. Most of their recommendations are printed in the warrant. We'll also be hearing from Capital Planning on all capital articles. Both of those boards exist primarily to recommend to voters an idea how to vote on these articles. They spend quite a bit of time looking into them in detail. And I think before we move on, we have a couple of recognitions that we want to do. Mr. Ryan.
Hello? Can everybody hear me? All right, good. One of the things I wanted to do this year is we've got a couple of two upcoming retirements of longtime Stow employees. And I'd like to acknowledge the two of them today, as this is going to be their last town meeting as town employees. The first is Craig Martin, our building inspector. Craig served the town as building inspector for the last 14 years, and he's announced his retirement in July. This is actually Craig's second career, second retirement, in that his position as building inspector is actually his second career. Over the years, Craig's been a steady hand in his position, as well as an all-around great guy. Craig, thank you for your 14 years of service to the town. The second recognition I'd like to make is, it may not be well known, but Chief Landry, our fire chief, will be retiring in August. Chief Landry has served the town with dedication and distinction and plain old hard work continuously for over 36 years in a variety of roles and positions. Chief Landry actually started his professional career as a Stow call firefighter in April 1985 at the ripe old age of 16. In November of '87, Joe served as a call firefighter, EMT, and was one of the first Stow full-time firefighters and EMTs from 1998 to 1993. In his spare time, Chief Landry also had a second job in Stow. He worked for the Highway Department starting in March of 1987, serving till 2015 as a driver, laborer, foreman, and eventually head mechanic. Chief Landry actually left the Stow Fire Department in '93 and joined the Maynard Department, where he rose to the rank of captain while continuing to work for the Stow Highway Department. In 2013, we were fortunate to bring Chief Landry back to the Stow Fire Department as fire chief, where he currently serves with an anticipated retirement date of August 2021. Anyone confused with the dates should be. Chief Landry has worked two full-time jobs for over 30 years of his career, one or both of which has been in Stow. Chief Landry will leave the Stow Fire Department in great shape in a new building that he was instrumental in getting completed. We should all be grateful for his accomplishments and contributions to our town. I've known Chief Landry personally and professionally for over 25 years, and I'm grateful for his service to Stow. He's truly one of a kind and one hard-working son of a gun. I think a round of applause is in order for Chief Landry for his service and his impending retirement. Thank you, Joe.
And on that subject, I believe Representative Kate Hogan has something here.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for allowing me to the mic here. I do have something to present, and it is a resolution from the House of Representatives, and it is congratulating Thomas E. Ryan III on the occasion of his retirement from the Board of Selectmen for the town of Stow. I'm here to recognize this special resident. Today is Tom's last day as a Stow Select Board member. He is retiring after giving more than 20 years of service to the town of Stow. He has served tirelessly as a Board of Selectmen member and Finance Committee, as a member of various committees for the Center School Task Force and search committees to appoint around town. In these roles, he's helped modernize our facilities, including the Pompasiticate Community Center, the Center School, and has helped hire key town managers. His decades of distinguished service to the community are an inspiration, and if we could give a round of applause, please, for Tom Ryan.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we're still under state COVID rules for another week. Please social distance inside the building, and under the tent, we're still requiring masks. As long as, for those outside, as long as you're staying within those orange cones, which are much tighter this year than last year, unfortunately. You can sit outside the tent, and I don't think that people are going to mind if you take your mask off in public. Just please be aware of those around you, and we should be fine. Next slide, please. We have a number of non-voters to address the meeting. John Witten is not here. We have a new partner of his, Bill Huig, who's sitting next to the town administrator down here. This is a legislative body, and to address this meeting, if you're not a voter, a member of the municipal legislature, in a lot of cases you need permission of the meeting to address the meeting. So we will vote on allowing these folks to address the meeting. All in, press yes if you are in favor, no if you're not. A reminder that abstentions count as no's, apparently where the abstention button is working. So all in favor, we're open for voting.
Give me a second. I have to type it up. It is open.
Okay. And we'll keep it open for about 20 seconds. And I need to, All right, we're going to close voting in a couple seconds. Why don't we close it? And we have 148 yes and 5 no. That would be we'll count that as a yes vote. And next slide, please.
Do you want to mention that?
We have non-voters from the schools, school districts, and we also have two non-voters requested to be here for a specific article by the Conservation Commission. And we'll do another vote to accept these folks to address the meeting, and we'll open voting. And I was reminded to remind people you can always change your vote until voting is done.
It's open.
And it is open for voting. So all in favor of letting the school district employees and Dave Carlson from Stow Acres and Mark O'Hagan from MCO and Associates. And we'll give it another 5 or 6 seconds, and we'll close it. We're still getting some votes coming in. We'll close it now. And we have 145 yes and 6 no, so that passes. I'm going to stop for just a second. Laura, can you hear me out there, and can you respond?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I should have done that. We have a video presentation inside. We don't have it outside. Everyone has a printed book of the slides. And Laura, please remind me if I'm not speaking clearly of where we're at enough that people can keep up in the slide books. Next slide, please. Town meetings being recorded. I did not ask them if we were live streaming anywhere, but it will replay online, and I believe on YouTube. Are you going to put it up on YouTube? Maybe. Okay. Next slide, please. Thanks to Stow TV for the sound recording, the checkers and assistant and deputy moderators. We don't have any vote counters because we're expecting that the clickers will work. We had extra help from various town departments, setting up, getting the tents outside, and of course the selectmen's offices, the town clerk's office, and actually the town administrator did a whole lot to get this meeting set up, so thanks to all of them. Next slide. So now we're getting to the first motions in the warrant. We expect respectful debate in Stow. You identify yourself. I'm not going to require that you bring the cards up. You say, my name is David Walrath, 30 Samuel Prescott Drive. You identify yourself. You should make comments related to the motion. There's other things, ways of getting things on the warrant as voters if you wish to discuss things that aren't in the warrant. All questions are directed to me, and I will ask someone an appropriate person for the answer. We have, again this year, 2-minute time limit for people at the microphone. Please avoid being repetitive. If other people have made the same argument, it's not necessary to make it again. After 30 minutes of debate, I will ask if anyone inside or outside wishes to make a motion to end debate. But if you feel after 10 or 15 minutes that everything that's been interesting has been said, you can make that motion to end debate. A lot of people are a little confused because we do that 30-minute time check, that you're not allowed to do that. And most questions in the meeting can be answered, and I thought I had one up here. At the check-in tables, there's a Stow Town meeting handbook that answers most questions on things that happen in the meeting. Next slide, please. And I believe we are ready for the first motion. Mr. Ryan.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the reading of the warrant and the return of the constable thereon be waived, but made part of the record of this meeting, and that the moderator be permitted to refer to each article by subject matter instead of reading each article in its entirety.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. This just avoids any confusion whether or not I need to read from the warrant. Everyone got a warrant in the mail, so hopefully you don't expect me to read all of this. So I will start a vote on this. All in favor or against? And we'll keep it open for about 20 seconds. I need to find my timers here. And we will close in 3 seconds. All right. We close by a vote of 160 to 3. That motion passes. Now we're finally ready for a motion on the first article in the warrant. Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the reports of the selectmen and other officers and committees of the town as printed in the 2020 annual town report.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate on the motion? That's to accept the reports in the town report. I believe there's some available out at the check-in tables. And on the desks here, there's town reports. So seeing no debate, we will start voting. While we're waiting here, I'd like to remind people, inside the building and under the big tent, we are requiring masks under the current state requirements. If you wish to sit in the meeting without a mask, you can sit between the tent and the building or anywhere outside the tent inside the orange cones. And I believe we still have some votes coming in, another 3 seconds. And 2, 1, we'll call it now. We have a vote of 125 to 1, so the motion under Article 1 passes. Article 2, Ms. Birch McMichael.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town accept the reports of the special committees as written in the 2020 annual town report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate? Is there any, and I forgot to ask before, is there any debate outside?
There is not any debate. No debate.
Hearing and seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Again, we'll open for the motion under, thank you. Yes, sir, we do have a,
William Byron, 469 Gleasondale Road.
sorry, Bill, I'm having trouble hearing you.
William Byron, 469 Gleasondale Road. I just have one question as to the CPC aid, how they ended up relegated in the level 3. Having been on that board, it's more than an assistant, in my opinion.
The CPC is more than, I'm sorry, Ms. Fretcher, can you address that?
Mr. Moderator, I think Mr. Byron is speaking to the next article.
Thank you. That's the wage and salary schedule. He was speaking to that? Okay. So that was to the next article. So we'll begin voting on the motion under Article 2 now. I need to find my... And another 10 seconds. And we'll count the vote. It's 146 to 2, so the motion under Article 2 passes. Article 3.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend Article 11 of the general bylaws of the town, Personnel Administration, by deleting from Section 20H the existing salary schedules and inserting in place thereof the new schedules as printed in the warrant. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second, and I believe there was a question that was brought up under the previous motion for this question. Do we have an answer for that? It was something about the CPC, if I remember. And we're waiting. Denise Dombrowski, the town administrator, will address that.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So as you'll see in the warrant, these schedules were put together by an independent consultant, the Collins Center. They were hired by a vote in 2019 by this body. What they did was they interviewed employees, they reviewed job descriptions, they looked at comparatives from other communities, and they put together this schedule. The question on the specific position, in last year's warrant and in the prior schedules, it has been a community preservation assistant. So it is the same name as it has been voted on in the prior years.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments outside?
There are none.
All right, we can proceed to a vote. Voting is open. And 10 more seconds. And we will call the vote. 141 to 16. The motion requires a majority vote, and it passes. Article 4. Do we have is the Finance Committee planning to give a talk on the budget this year? Are we? No. So your recommendations on the budget and overview of the town finances are in the warrant. And so I believe we can go on to the general budget. So the way we do this is a lot like, if you remember the consent calendar from prior years. I'm going to go through each budget line item, and if there's something in the warrant, if there's something that you wish to hold for debate, say hold, and I'll hold it, or the deputy moderator outside will inform me to hold that line item. And then we'll vote on all the other line items and have a debate and vote on each of the held line items. If there's any questions on that, get our attention and let us know. But I will start through the budget line item. Line item on page 18 in the warrant, line items 1 through 5, the moderator's budget and town administration. Page 19, by the way, you can always go back and hold a prior line item. This is just for convenience that we're going through them. Additional town administration, the finance committee and town accountant. Did I hear a hold? No. Which line item? I can't hear that. 6. Line item 6 we are holding. Page 20, line items 14 through 22. Page 21, line items 23 through 31. Page 22, line items 32 through 37. Page 23, line items 38 through 43. Page 24, line items 44 through 52. Page 25, line items 53 through 58. Board of Health and Council on Aging. Page 26, line items 59 through 66. Page 27, line items 67 through 71. Page 28, line items 72 through 77. Hold
on 75.
So line item 75,
And 76.
the Neshoba school budget, and 76 Minuteman are being held. Any other holds on that page? And then finally on page 29, line items 78 and 79. And I'll give a couple seconds. Was there any line items that we missed that someone wished to hold? I have holds on line item 6, 76, which was assistant town administrator wages, line item 75, Neshoba budget, and line item 76, Minuteman regional budget. Were there any other holds?
64 and 65.
I can't hear.
Mr. Moderator,
51?
64 and 65.
I'm hearing 51.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
64 and 65 from outside, please.
64 and 65. And was that 51 in here? 51. 51, 64, and 65. So we're now holding line item 6, 51, 64, 65, 75, and 76. Is that correct? So we will take a vote on all of Article 4 except for those 6 line items. This requires a majority vote. I'm going to hold it open for about 30 seconds, and we'll open for voting now. So again, we're not voting on those 6 line items. Oh, I'm sorry, we need the motion. So we're not voting right now. We're waiting for, we didn't have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $9,697,271 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for selected items 1 through 79 inclusive, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommend. Each item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and the same to be expended only for such purposes. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Do we have a second?
Second.
What was the number again? Mr. Salvi, what was that number again?
Mr. Moderator,
$9,697,271.
and to clarify, my motion excludes from items 1 through 79 the following items: 6, 51, 64, 65, 75, and 76.
So we have a motion and a second. We will, there was no one wanted to hold, so is there any debate on the budget without those 6 line items?
There is no debate outside.
Seeing and hearing none, we will now go to a vote on the budget without those line items. And 10 more seconds. And we can close. We have 182 votes, 172 in the affirmative and 10 no. The motion passes. Now we'll do line item 6. Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $85,000 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for line item 6, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommend. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and to be expended only for such purposes. The Select Board in particular recommends passage of this article.
Second. We have a motion and a second. What was the question or comment on line item 6?
Good morning. May I take my mask off when I'm speaking at the microphone, or should I keep it on?
Yes, if you could get a little closer. I'm having...
Mask on or off while at the microphone?
Yeah, I think
On?
we're required to have them on inside by the state.
Kevin Gross, 110 Lowell Drive. So my understanding is that we're creating a new position here, new full-time position. Will I invite our town administrator to explain what this position is to everyone here and why we need it?
Certainly. So I assume most of you have seen the documentation that's been put out on the website and the newspaper regarding this position in particular. When I came on board in September, I realized that the town, there was a dramatic lack of human resources. So the goal for this position would be about 90% as an HR director, 10% as an assistant town administrator. Some of the reasons to do that are over the last 2 years, the town has spent $69,000 in unemployment costs, much of which was because no one was checking the invoices and contesting employees who should not have been granted unemployment. We are still paying for some of those employees today because there has not been any checks and balances on unemployment costs. We paid $15,000 to have an independent salary and wage schedule created and job descriptions, something that this position would handle going forward. When I started, we had employees that were not coming to work because they were medically unfit, but were continuing to get paid, and there was no follow-through to move those positions either into retirement or termination. Over the last handful of years, we've had MCAD claims, sexual harassment claims, bullying claims. The sexual harassment policy that was on file was from 1996. It was distributed once over the last 25 years. And quite frankly, we are not providing a safe and healthy environment for our employees. There's been no formal review process, no evaluation forms. There is no onboarding for new employees that come on board. There's no one to meet with them, talk about the benefits, talk about what's expected of them. There are no performance evaluations done. And while I have assumed many of those, it's just too time consuming. Anyone that knows HR, it really needs dedicated time and service. As far as the assistant TA duties, I would expect those to be special projects, attending meetings, and I really view the position as someone that can handle constituent services, facilitating, responding to, and tracking citizens' complaints or issues. I will comment that one of the letters to the Independent was signed, "We can do better," and I will agree, we can do better. We can do better by having your hard-earned tax money not spent on invalid unemployment costs. We can do better than spending money on town council to defend discrimination, sexual harassment, and bullying claims. And we can do better in providing resources to our employees in terms of training, policies, and guidance. And then we can do better by having a point person for our residents who can go to when they're tired of being passed around from department to department when they have a complaint or concern. Adding this position is the first step in doing better.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that explanation. A couple of questions and points. I think one point I'd like to make is that, first off, the true cost of this position is more than just the salary. There is another 30% typically in non-salary costs, and I'm not sure if that's accounted for anywhere in the budget.
Yes, they are, and I do think that the true cost is actually lower than what's printed because I do think we'll see savings in the long run from these added expenses that we should not have had to incur over the years.
I see. A concern I have, though, overarching this is that we're creating a new function in the town, an HR function. And the true cost of that, I think there's, for example, you made reference in past to implementing training for employees in the town. So, I'm concerned that we don't have a fully laid out plan here, at least one that I've seen. I apologize if I overlooked something that's been published. So we have no real idea of what the true overarching cost is. We also haven't been presented with alternatives, and I'm wondering whether there are other less expensive avenues we could pursue to creating this kind of function. Does it need to be a full-time position in the town? Or, for example, could we job share this with, could it be part-time? Could it be a position that's shared among several towns? What alternatives have you considered before coming to the conclusion that we need to add a full-time employee to the town?
So obviously, I've considered all alternatives, and we need a full-time person in this role. We are dramatically lacking, and it will be a full-time person spending 37 hours a week on HR functions. And regarding the training, much of the training that we have to offer is free through our insurance carriers. Someone needs to facilitate that, coordinate that, follow through with that, and so on. So there's not going to be added costs for training. It's just someone needs to implement that and move us forward.
Okay. And so how do neighboring towns implement this kind of function? How, Acton, Boxborough, and so forth?
They all have either full-time HR directors and assistants. I'm consolidating them into one position so that we don't need two. Acton, Boxborough, Concord, Carlisle, they'll have HR directors and assistant town administrators.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
No, there is not.
Thank you. We'll take one more speaker inside.
Hi, Debbie Woods, 453 Great Road. I was part of the Town Administrator Search Committee back now a year ago, and one of the things we did prior to even looking at any of the resumes for town administrators is we talked with the employees in the town. We had an informal session where they came in and really told us what they wanted. The number one thing that they mentioned was HR, that they were all very, very, I don't want to say upset, but their number one request was please, to have somebody with at least an HR background. So I just wanted to pass that on, that the employees, it was one of their number one requests, and would recommend supporting this article, or this position.
Thank you. There's continues to be no one outside?
There is no one outside.
All right, then we can proceed to a vote on line item 6, Assistant Town Administrator wages. And we will open for voting. And 10 more seconds. And we will close. We have 156 yes and 32 no, and the line item passes. So line item 51.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $9,450 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for line item 51, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommend. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and the same to be expended only for such purposes. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second on line item 51. What was the question or comment?
Hi, Kevin Gross, 110 Lowell Drive. I think that was me again. So again, just looking for some explanation of what the position is and why the heck we need it. Everything seems to be going pretty well in the town right now. I haven't heard a lot of issues with our cemetery. In fact, I can't recall reading or hearing anything amiss in our cemetery. So what's up?
Can the town administrator, yep.
So this just adds some seasonal help to the cemetery. So bring someone on from July, August, September, and October to do the summer cleanup, cutting the grass, mowing the lawn, and then do the leaf pickup. This will supplement the full-time staff that we have already on board at the cemetery.
So why do we need this help? Why do we need to spend this money?
Because we have a number of cemeteries in town, and during these months with cutting the grass and picking up leaves, it's just too much for one person. So it's just seasonal, temporary, part-time help.
I see. I mean, I'm really, with both of these issues I've raised, I'm concerned that we are, once again ratcheting up the taxes to people in the town. And I would hope that we could find ways to avoid doing that. Things seem to be okay for me right now in the town. Excuse me, cemetery, so I don't see a need for the position, to be frank.
And I understand that. Those that have loved ones that they visit the cemetery do feel that there's additional services needed to maintain them. So we've taken the request. I met with the cemetery committee. We met with the superintendent. And as you'll see, they were requesting more help. I'm not recommending the additional help, but I've agreed to a part-time seasonal summer labor, if you will, just to help maintain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside?
There is no one outside wanting to speak.
Thank you. Then we will proceed to a vote. We will open voting on line item 51, cemetery salary and wages. And 10 more seconds. And we will close voting. And 186 votes were cast, 145 yes and 41 no. So the line item passes. I'm just making my notes here. Line item 71. Mr. Salvi. I'm sorry, 64. I have those out of order. Recreation Director, Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $71,935 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for item 64, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommended. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated, and the same to be expended only for such purposes, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second on line item 64, and we'll take questions on both 64 and 65 if anyone wants to combine those. I think that came from outside, Laura.
Yes, we do have a speaker.
Hi, Lori Clark, 39 Bradley Lane. I have a question, I guess a two-part question that really goes to both 64 and 65, which is looking to understand the reason for the increase, as well as I believe we were here last town meeting looking for a significant increase to this budget as well on the same area. And so trying to understand not only what is this year's increase about, but also if you could just take us through what the uptrend has been over the past 3 or 4 years.
The town administrator will address that.
So the increase, I'm assuming you're asking on the recreation director line, that fell in line with the former salary schedule. So that is just a step increase plus the cost of living. It looks like a large jump, but that's how the steps were staggered in the prior salary schedule. Regarding the recreation wages, the majority of that line item is normally paid for by the revolving fund. And in this world of a pandemic where we've had no income or very little income coming into the recreation revolving fund, this is some money to help them get started and build up their pot to proceed through the summer camp and the upcoming year's activities. I would envision next year that line item 65 will go back to pretty much nothing because it will be fully supplemented by the revolving account. The trend over the last few years has been pretty much that the recreation wages in its entirety are covered by the revolving fund, mostly and predominantly through the Stow camp. They collect money, they pay for all the summer wages, and then they actually fund some programs throughout the year as the money that's come in. So I would expect this to be the last year that we add funds in that 65 line item.
Is there anyone else that has a question or comment on line item 64?
There is no other person wanting to speak outside.
Then we will open, seeing no one inside, we will open the voting for 20 seconds. For line item 64 in the budget. And 2 more seconds, and we will close. We have 168 votes, 135 yes, and 33 no. So the line item passes, and I'm going to, is there anyone outside who wishes to speak to line item 65?
There is no one wanting to speak.
All right, well, we need a motion anyways. Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $11,665 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for line item 65 as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommended. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and the same to be expended only for such purposes, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second, and seeing no debate, We will again open the voting for line item 65 for 20 seconds. And 5 more seconds. And we will close. 182 votes, 150 yes and 32 no. So the line item passes. Line item 75, why don't we take a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $18,059,890 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for line item 75, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY 2022 Budget Town Administrator Recommended. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and the same to be expended only for such purposes, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. I believe we have a presentation. Alice DeLuca and Bob Garardi? No? Oh, I'm sorry, this is Neshoba, not Minuteman. We have Pat Maroney from Neshoba here. We have a microphone up here and a lectern, if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to come up on the stage.
Oh,
Or if you don't,
I'm fine here.
There's fine, okay.
Good morning, my name is Pat Maroney. I am the Director of Business and Operations at the Neshoba Regional School District. The Neshoba Regional School District is proposing their fiscal year 22 budget in the amount of $59,222,941. This represents a 2.06% increase from last year. This budget consists of 80% salaries and benefits, 20 non-salary. Can you flip the page, please? Next slide, please. As far as a budget overview goes, $585,042 is high school debt assessment. We have $10,999,601 in local revenue. We have the total amount assessed to the towns will be $47,638,298. The fixed assessment, which is based on calculations determined by the state, it's your minimum local contributions, will be $26,891,383. And the variable assessment, which will be applied based on the 5-year rolling enrollment, and that's $20,746,915. The town of Stow has a 5-year rolling assessment of 3.009%. Their fixed assessment is $10,177,963. Their variable assessment is $7,678,178. And their debt assessment is $203,749, for a total assessment of $18,059,890. This represents a reduction from last year's assessment of 0.42%. And next slide, please. This is a historical 5-year trends on both the budget increases and on assessment changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the Neshoba Regional School Assessment line item 75? Yes, we have one person inside. We'll take that.
I'm Mark Jones. I am at 203 Boxborough Road. The question I have is, to what can you attribute the decline in the expenses, which is for our town, and what is the population trend of the students overall? Second question is, what are the annual liability increases that are unfunded for the OPEB, that's post-employee health insurance expenses?
Trending enrollment has been consistent over the last few years. We're not anticipating any increases unless there's some major development in Stow or in Lancaster. And that would be the overall enrollment. As far as the the OPEB assessment, it's over $43 million. I don't have the exact number with me right now, but it would roughly be about $850,000 of an increase in the annual assessment if we were to fully fund it according to the actuarial tables.
And what fraction is currently being funded on the coming budget year?
$50,000 this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments outside?
There is no one who wants to speak to this.
So we will take open voting for line item 75, the Neshoba Regional School District assessment. And we'll open it now. I guess we are open. And 10 more seconds. Three more seconds, and we're closed. 188 votes are cast, 170 yes, and 18 no. The line item passes. Line item 76.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $1,580,804 as recommended by the town administrator and selectmen for line item 76, as printed in the warrant under the column entitled FY22 Budget Town Administrator Recommended. This item to be considered a separate appropriation for the purposes designated and the same to be expended only for such purposes. And the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. I believe we have a presentation.
We have Bob Girardi, the Finance Director for Minuteman, here to speak to the questions.
I'm sorry, a little loud. Could we turn that mic up a little bit?
Sure. Go ahead. I'm Alice DeLuca. I'm the representative for Minuteman from Stow. I have been the representative since 2002. This is Bob Girardi. He is the finance. This is Bob Girardi. He is the finance director at Minuteman.
So good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present. Our budget theme this year was preparing for reality. Fiscal year 21 has been a challenging year for the budget, and technically the state has not officially passed the total budget for the year. So we are working on projections. Over April vacation, Minuteman hosted the 7th and 8th grade students from our member towns for the World of Work program. World of Work uses the Biebel theory, in which students are assessed based on their interest and passions and encouraged to experiment with trades that they're interested in. The theory is that they will do better in school and careers. You can see on this slide that our students are winning regional awards. 2 of the 5 Stow students participating in the first robotics competition are in this picture. They are 12th grader Gabrielle Herberts and 9th grader Tucker Mast. At the skills competitions, Minuteman students won 28 medals. Pictured are Stow students Gabriel Herberts again and Sophia Magdaleno. Also noted in this slide is Stow student Harris Ansari. The Minuteman Technical Institute is our evening adult education program. Jack Perkins of Stow is in this picture in the metal fabrication class. He has already graduated and is working in his trade. Christine Hamilton of Stow is a Minuteman alumnus who graduated in 2013. She's received her bachelor's degree from Smith College in mechanical engineering. She is currently enrolled in a master's PD program at Stanford University studying aeronautics and astronautics, and she is also involved in research projects for NASA studying orbital mechanics. All of these examples are points of pride, and it highlights the Stow students that we actually serve at Minuteman. Our overall budget is up 8.4%, including all operating and capital expenditures. But if we look at our fiscal year 22 summary, you'll see that if we break that out, our operating budget is up a modest 2.4% over the fiscal year. Our operating capital debt is up about $400,000, and I can explain that in a later slide. And the MSBA project debt is up significantly this year, which we have been projecting for quite some time, speaking with our towns for a couple of years, that we were hitting some of the peak borrowing years for our new building. Stow's assessment of $1,580,804 is the full assessment, and that is an increase of $294,751 over last year. As part of the fiscal year 22 budget process, we had to make revenue assumptions. These numbers are not the final numbers because the state budget isn't passed yet. You'll see that we are using more tuition from out-of-district revenue, and that we are also using some of the capital fee that we began collecting in fiscal year 20 to offset assessments to our member districts. Some of the budget assumptions that we made in this budget include forms in regards to COVID that we're not sure, starting in the fall, that we're going to have to address. We hope to continue making progress, keeping our staff and students safe. As we build this budget, we assume that some kind of hybrid model may be in effect when we enter in the fall. We had assumed at the beginning of our budget process, which begins in October, some reductions in state aid or unknown state aid, and we still do not have a state budget. We projected that our final MSBA project bond would be secured. Student interest in CTV education continues to be strong. Our current enrollment is beyond the approved design capacity of our new building. We currently have 634 students, and we are projecting about 680 students in the coming fall. So we are looking at cost-effective plans to increase capacity. The design capacity that was approved was 628, by the way. And we still need to figure out a way to increase capacity in a cost-effective way without borrowing any more money and without asking our towns for any more money. One of the things we have been enjoying over the last couple of years is an increase in admissions and enrollment from our member towns. Our total applications on May 3rd is about the same as it was last year, but the number of in-district applications has continued to grow, and it is more than twice what it was 5 years ago. Our out-of-district applications continue from eligible communities and ineligible communities. Eligible communities, to define them, are communities that have no technical programming available to them. And this year we have slightly larger wait lists than we did last year, including some member communities, as well as most of the out-of-district applicants. We are anticipating a freshman class of 200. The priorities that we have as a school budget are protecting student and staff health, trying to increase enrollment capacity, and delivering high-quality career in tech ed. We're adding an animal science program, which will begin this fall. We are also expanding our engineering programming to move into a logistics engineering space. We believe that in fiscal year 22, we will close the MSBA project. Our athletic field construction has begun, and we want to continue to manage that effectively. And as COVID restrictions lessen, we hope to ramp up our facilities rental and accordingly the revenue that goes with that. Our big cost drivers on the operating side of the budget is a cost of living increase for our teachers. We are in year 2 of 3 of that agreement, so the next year the cost of living is about 2%. We have seen a spike in our electrical and heat, even though it's a new building. We're trying to plan for that. We did not completely understand why we had such a spike, but we're being told that it could have to do with operating at a hybrid model with less people in the building means there's less BTUs and need for more heat. We'll continue to track that as we move forward. Some of the new systems in the building require new maintenance contracts, so we've had to increase that. Once our new fields come online, there'll be a slight increase in maintenance and operations for our athletic fields. Property insurance has gone up, and for the first time in a long time, it's not often that you see a decrease in health insurance. This is mainly due to a reduction in staff, though. That reduction of staff was initiated when we went into the COVID protocols last March, and we're maintaining them through fiscal year 22. Also, our transportation budget has decreased, and that's because we had a competitive bidding process, and that represents our contract with the company being under budgeted what we had budgeted for fiscal year 21. We did such a good job on the RFP. When you break out the assessment, the Minuteman required contribution from Stow is $659,105. Stow's portion of the transportation cost is $52,144. The operating assessment is $445,129. The debt and capital that is within our operating budget is $84,091. And then the debt service of $340,335, which was previously voted by Stow to be excluded from Prop 2.5. That's your building project debt. I talked earlier about enrollment. Enrollment in Stow continues to be strong. This year, we're at 43 students. Our regional agreement requires that your assessment be averaged over a 4-year rolling average. And so that spike and increase has been taken out, and even though Stow has had this significant spike, the assessment's being moderated by the new regional agreement and the 4-year rolling average. Our special education enrollment continues to be high. Minuteman has traditionally been between 46 and 50% of our total population receiving special services under special education in order for them to access the curriculum. And I'd like to just do a little bit more on capital budget for fiscal year 22. Our athletic fields and the lighting payment for $1.9 million is included in this budget. We're still paying on the ESCO project. That was an energy service contract. That was tax exempt. That was a tax exempt municipal lease that was taken out in 2009. We have a few more years to pay on that, and all 16 towns, former members of towns as well, are paying on that ESCO. And the school building project increase came from the final borrowing a few months ago. We came in under 2%, so borrowing is good at this time. Our capital stabilization fund was created about 6 or 7 years ago, and we're continuing to support that, and that represents $260,000 increase in our budget. Just to give you a snapshot of our OPEB liability, our liability as of last June was about $32 million. We have been putting aside a small amount each year in the OPEB reserve fund. This budget increases it slightly to $60,000, and the Minuteman Finance Committee's long-term strategy is to fund OPEB liability. When the ESCO debt comes off our books, then we'll look to use a portion of that ESCO debt to increase our funding of the OPEB liability. The athletic fields, to review that and the lighting, the project has begun. Construction is ongoing right now. We expect to be substantially complete with 3 synthetic fields fully lit this fall. We are putting aside $168,000 a year from our rental revolving accounts so that when the synthetic turf replacement needs to be done, we don't have to add that to the budget in a big lump sum for our member districts. We're planning for that now in advance. Our photovoltaic roof installation has begun. This secures $2 million of reimbursement, which we had been planning on. This contract was approved in January. It is physically being constructed now. It'll be in operation in fall. This is a 20-year lease purchase that saves us about $30,000 to $40,000 a year on electric costs. And the big win with this installation was securing that $2 million reimbursement from the state. Here's a picture of it going up right now. And lastly, you've already seen the slide. I just wanted to review it, that it's the preliminary full assessment for Stow is $1,580,804, but we're using the word preliminary because we still do not have a state budget. The assessment will not go up from this assessment, it can only go down, but we are making sure that we are planning appropriately.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the Minuteman Regional School District budget? Anything outside?
There is no one wanting to speak. Oh, sorry, there is one person.
We have one person inside I'll recognize now. Yes, sir.
Real quick, Bill Maxfield, 89 Walcott Street, Stow. And the cost per student is $36,000.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone?
I'm never been said that I was quiet.
Oh, sorry.
I calculated the cost per student from Stow is $36,762. That's way over double what it costs in Neshoba. I just want to bring that up. I'm enthusiastic about the education these kids are getting. We need more tradespeople. We need, the only way to get that cost down is to get more students, but still, it just should be reinforced that that's an incredibly high number. Thank you.
Well, we do appreciate your support. We appreciate Stow's support of our building project and our programs that we offer. We do understand that vocational education is expensive because in addition to running the academic program, you have a whole CTE program full of teachers and capital expenses that are expensive. So while it is an expensive program, it is expensive across the state. But we do appreciate your support, and we are trying to do everything to plan in the future. I mentioned it in a couple of the slides, so that we won't be coming back to the taxpayers for expenses like the new fields when they have to be replaced in 10 years. We are trying to do everything we can to keep that down and prevent any large expenditures for your community.
I'd like to add, let me just add one thing to that. Bob is not tooting his own horn. They apply for a lot of state grants to get equipment in. Advanced manufacturing
Alice,
equipment.
a little louder, please.
Sorry, I'm not that loud a person. They apply for a lot of grants from the state, and they are winners in that, and they get equipment in so that they can train people on current equipment. I don't know if you remember years and years and years ago, but the equipment kind of stagnated, didn't represent what was being used in industry. The equipment that's being used at Minuteman now is state-of-the-art current equipment. They're being trained so they can go out to the jobs. And that is a grant funding thing that they're very good at getting, and I just wanted to congratulate Bob on that.
Yeah, I'll even add that's a great point in that, we were fiscally prudent by putting money aside in a capital stabilization account because we were worried that with a new building project that they wouldn't cover all of that equipment under FF&E. And then fortunately, we had capital skills grants, I believe up to about $1.5 million over the last couple of years that have funded that. So now we are able to use those capital stabilization reserve funds for other things that we don't have to go back to your community for. So we're really working hard at trying to keep that cost down, trying to find grant money. So those are great points. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Inside.
Hi, Kevin Gross, 110 Lowell Drive. So I have taken classes at Minuteman Tech myself in the past, and I think it's a fabulous resource. But a 23%, that's my math, increase is, again, a huge whack. I'm mostly retired. I'm living on a fixed income. So, coming to these town meetings and seeing costs going up here, 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 and here is really hurtful to me. And I'm not going to pretend to understand your budget. There's a lot of information up there. There are a ton of acronyms. I don't know what OPEB is. I don't know what I remember what the acronyms are. There was a lot of discussion when the modernization of the school was voted on a few years ago, at our town meeting, a lot of concerns about the level of expense. And we seem to be incurring more and more expenses here. I am not confident when you, and I don't mean this as an insult, but I'm not confident when you say that we are investing now or we are planning now in ways that will mitigate costs in the future, because, you know, you keep coming back and asking for more money every, it seems. Let me ask you this. What happens if we don't approve the improved budget? What alternatives have you considered? What are you prepared to do to reduce operating costs? I don't want to pick on anything, but what happens if we don't upgrade the athletic field this year?
Well, by statute, if you don't approve the budget, then it would go to the school committee and they'd have to make those tough decisions. They'd have to review the budget, and then they'd have to come back to you, and you would have to hold another meeting within 45 days. And if you didn't hold that meeting based on their new presentation, the budget would automatically pass. It's all statutory stuff.
Yeah,
I do want to get to your point, sir. I'm sorry. I want to thank you for your support and your use and your knowledge of our programs. I did go over the slides quickly because we had too many, and I didn't want to go too long. But in there, I did talk about the fact that we had been planning for a new building, that there was going to be borrowing cost. This year was the final borrowing cost, and we got it at a very good rate, under 2%. So our projections are that we are now near the end of those big capital expenses, and you won't be seeing these big budget increases moving forward. So I hope that gives you some confidence, because you are nervous. But we are, we've done all of our borrowing. We don't plan on doing more borrowing at this point.
So, is the micro? Okay, it's on. So, thank you for that. But you haven't really answered my question, which is, if we do not approve the 1.5, we approve instead, something closer to the 2021 budget. I mean, what alternatives have you considered to deal with? That scenario. Just a general comment is that it bothers me that we are, not just in this case, but in many cases, not presented with alternatives to be considered by people at the annual town meeting. We're just given a kind of a take it or leave it proposed budget.
You can talk about regional agreement.
The regional school districts, this is true for Neshoba as well, are required to all of the member towns vote on the budget every year. And so it ends up being 2/3 of the towns approving the budget is an approved budget. So it isn't up to any one individual town whether the budget goes up or down. In this case, you have 9 member towns at the present time. So it requires 6 yes votes from town meetings in order for this budget to pass. So in providing a slate of options to 9 different communities could result in really a chaotic situation, as you can imagine, because one town might vote one number and another might vote another number. And that's why regional districts present a single option to member communities. That's been true for Neshoba Regional and for Minuteman for a very long time.
And that's a great point, Alice. I jumped beyond that, but really we have to go through our process. And if we have 2/3 of the communities voted, it becomes approved, whether it gets voted down here or not. But there are processes to deal with it, and they're statutory, and we'd follow the law.
I'm still not having my question answered. So I want to understand, if you got a reduced budget, if we didn't pony up the full amount, how would you balance your budget within the school? How would you, what would change? How would you manage the school with a lower increase?
I did answer that, and that is, it's not my decision to make. That I would probably put together some recommendations, and I would work with the superintendent on his vision for the school and what recommendations we would have to make to the school committee. And ultimately, it would be the school committee's decision to revise a budget if they had to.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments outside?
Yes, we do have a speaker.
Thank you. We'll recognize him now.
Marianne Sharon, 33 Francis Circle. think it's this. I'm curious to know, a gentleman earlier said the cost per student was higher than Neshoba. So comparatively speaking, what is the cost per student between Minuteman and other technical schools in the state of Massachusetts?
I don't have that number off the top of my head right now prepared for me. But I do think that we're very similar to many other school districts because, as I said, a vocational program not only has to have academic teachers, they have to have a whole host of career and technical teachers as well as the capital equipment to teach that. So we all have a heavy burden of providing, expending more to provide a very specialized education.
I accept what you said. However, we are comparing you to Neshoba. It would behoove you if you had a comparison to illustrate to us the way that you're handling the budget is being done in a conservative and fiscally conscious way.
This is Alice again. I just wanted to say that we will look into the comparison that you suggested. And I also just wanted to say that because we have a large capital project at the moment, if you roll that into the total and then divide by the number of students, you get an artificially inflated cost per student, because you don't actually, for example, when you look at the fire department, divide a fire station by the number of fires, right? You do it over the whole town, like how much is it costing the town? So you really can't do the same when you talk about Neshoba or Minuteman and their physical plant. You can't divide it by the number of students because you're actually serving a lot more people, A, adults and children, and B, it just doesn't make sense. So we will look into that, but I just wanted to provide that also as an insight.
Excellent.
We have another speaker.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Erbs. I live at 20 Sudbury Road. I just wanted to say how wonderful I think it is that we have a vocational education program available. My day job is a special education teacher, and looking at the fact that nearly half of your school serves students who would not be served as well in our typical high school setting, giving these kids an option that they can move forward and be successful in life and at their high school experience. Also, I want to bring up the point that this has been one of the most difficult years that educators have faced, and the nickeling and diming that could occur if we don't pass this, especially for the teachers that are behind the scenes, can be absolutely heartbreaking. I'm living through it in the district I teach in right now, and I don't want to see Stow go that route. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and I would just like to say that we are very proud of our students' academic achievement. All students, including our students with special needs, do extremely well, and we have very high graduation rates and very high MCAS passing rates. So we are very proud of all of our students. Thank you for that insight.
Yes, sir, and here.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive in Stow. I'm just curious, about a 23% increase in our budget in Stow is what you're asking for. What are the other towns paying for? Are they in the same 23% increase as well, or are they lower or higher than us?
So some are lower, some are higher. It's based on that 4-year rolling average, so it depends. There are some districts that have many, many more students than Stow does, and their increase is in the millions. And then there are some that are very small communities that you're aware of in the region, and their numbers are very small, so their increases are lower than yours. You're somewhere in the middle of all those 9 districts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else outside?
We have no more speakers outside.
Then we will take a vote on line item 76, Minuteman Regional School Budget, and we will open the voting now. And 10 more seconds.
Alice's clicker doesn't work inside when she just voted.
All right, we will close the voting. We have 206 votes, 184 yes, and 22 no. Minuteman line item passes. And now we are ready for a procedural motion. by Ms. Sturgis.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the annual town meeting approve Articles 5, 6, 7. Am I reading the whole motion already? I thought we were going to choose the lines first. For consent calendar?
Oh, we could, yeah, why don't we do that? I'm going to stop that for a second. And there's a page in your slides for the consent calendar. It's also in the motion, Articles 5 through 34. And I'm going to go through that like we did for the budget. And anyone who wishes to hold a specific article for debate, if you have a question or comments on it, just yell out hold, and myself or the deputy moderator will hold that. And then we'll take a motion on all the remaining articles and pass them as a group, so we don't have to go through the effort of voting on each one. Most of these are considered annual. I think there's one or two that, one that's new, but it's possibly non-controversial. So I will start going through them, and again, just let us know if you want to hold any of these for individual. Article 5, revolving funds for inspection fees. Article 6, revolving fund for advanced life support services. Article 7, the Smart 911 rave notification. That's the reverse 911, I believe. Article 8, weights and measures. Article 9, transfer to conservation fund. Article 10, transfer to the Wetlands Protection Fund. Article 11, addition to the Conservation Fund. Article 12, the Aspet River water chestnut control. Article 13, update to property valuations. Article 14, town records binding and repair. Article 15, highway, road and machinery, private ways and municipal parking lots. Article 16, household hazardous waste collection. Article 17, municipal solid waste disposal. Article 18, Stow TV expenses. Article 19, the holiday decoration and lighting fund. Article 20, employee education incentive program. Article 21, audit of financial records. Article 22, transfer to OPEB trust fund. Article 23, transfer from NWPAT, that's the Harvard Acre Wells, loan receipts. Article 24, water system expenses. Article 25, Board of Selectmen's small purchase fund. Article 26, cemetery sale of lot transfer. Article 27, construction and maintenance of water holes for firefighting operations. Article 28, Lake Boone water quality remediation. Article 29, Planning Board, engineering and consulting, master plan expenses. Article 30, Economic Development and Industrial Commission. Article 31, Community Preservation Expenses. Article 32, Community Preservation Reserves. I believe there's a slide after this that talks about the Community Preservation Fund balances. Article 33, Veterans Benefits, and Article 34, Tax Title Proceedings.
FinCom recommendations are not in the warrant, and capital planning has a recommendation article. Do you want me to hold those? I'll read them out as well if you want.
No, we can take Articles 25, 20, well, we haven't taken a motion yet.
Okay.
So,
All of these things.
is there any of those that people want held for individual discussion? I couldn't hear that. Article 15. So we're holding Article 15. For 17? 17. Okay. I have 15 and 17. So we can take a motion now.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the annual town meeting approve Articles 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 as printed in the warrant without debate on any such articles, and provided that upon the request of any voter, we've already done that, and shall be acted upon in the ordinary course and order of business at this town meeting.
We have a motion and a second. Before we can take action, we need recommendations from the Finance Committee on Articles 25, 27, 28, and 29.
The Finance Committee recommends all three of those articles.
So the Finance Committee recommends in favor, and capital planning, we need a recommendation, I believe, on Article 26. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Capital planning is outside and is coming to the microphone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Capital planning is outside and coming to the microphone.
Capital Planning recommends approval of Article 26. It's just simply a transfer from one cemetery account to the other. Does not affect revenue at all.
Thank you. Seeing no debate on the consent calendar except Articles 15 and 17, we will open for a vote for 20 seconds. Open now. Ten more seconds. And we have 205 votes cast, 197 in the affirmative and 9 no. And the consent calendar articles passed. We'll take a motion on Article 15.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the annual town meeting approve Article 15 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. What is the questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, David Alter, 21 Woodland Way. Probably just confusion on my part, but specifically on the repairs on private ways. If it's a private way, why is the town involved with repairing it? Thank you.
Thank you. Is the town administrator able to answer that?
So this has been a long-standing tradition that we do repair potholes and make minor repairs to private ways. We don't fully pave them, we don't do anything else, but we do try and maintain the roads for passage.
I will add on, living on one of those, the town only maintains private ways that are public, that have public access, that are indistinguishable from public roads in most ways. Is there anyone outside on Article 15?
We have no speakers.
All right, we will, seeing no further debate, we will open for voting on Article 15 for 20 seconds. And 7 seconds. And we can close voting. We have 206 votes, 195 affirmative and 11 no. So the motion under Article 15 passes. Article 17.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the annual town meeting approve Article 17 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second. Questions and comments? Yes, sir.
Yes, Alex Rosovich from Treaty Elm Lane. Certainly no one here would condone dumping stuff on town lands and so forth. However, the fact that we don't have a transfer station, we don't have access to any dump, it encourages that kind of behavior. And I think instead of voting for this kind of remedial action, we should either have a transfer station within Stow or negotiate access to one in one of our neighbouring towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who can address that comment? The town administrator.
So I appreciate that suggestion. I can certainly look into that going forward. I think this year, though, we'll ask you to move favorably on the $500 so we can continue to dispose of those items for the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside for the motion under Article 17?
We have no speakers outside.
We have one more voter inside. Yes.
I'm Lissa Coolidge from 563 Gleasondale Road, and I would like to point out that the Hudson Transfer Station is open to people from other towns. You just pay as you go, as do the Hudson residents.
Thank you. Seeing no further debate, we will open for voting for 20 seconds on the motion under Article 17, Municipal Solid Waste Disposal. And 10 more seconds. You still have votes coming in, and I will close. We have 203 votes, 194 affirmative, 9 no. The motion under Article 17 passes. I believe before we take the motion, we're going to get a presentation from the Capital Planning Committee.
Good morning. It's still morning. I'm Steve Jelinek, Chair of Capital Planning Committee, and today I'm here to give you a short overview of the process that we go through leading up to town meeting. There are a total of 13 capital items in the warrant this year. We just passed the one that was in the consent calendar. And in a few minutes, you'll be hearing from the other members of the committee with our specific recommendations on each of the other 12. But first, I would like to acknowledge the work of the members of the committee and to thank them for their efforts. It's always a challenge to assess capital needs of the various town departments, and like you, we were all forced to work remotely this year. It's unquestionably a testament to the dedication of the members of the committee that, except for having to meet via Zoom and the, let's say, challenges that we had with that particular medium, we were able to carry out this year's business in a normal fashion, as could be expected. Could I have the next slide, please? So, those of you who've been to town meeting before have heard me say that capital planning is charged with considering and making recommendations to the town about capital projects. Specifically, we're charged with developing an annual and 5-year capital outlay program for the town so that you can make informed choices about where you want to spend your money next year and in the next few years. Each year we are faced with balancing the capital needs and desires of the various town departments against the reality that they must be paid for. We view our mission as helping the town make wise capital investments. Capital expense, of course, is defined in the town bylaws as any land acquisition or an expenditure by the town of $10,000 or more with a useful life of 3 or more years. So for us, the annual process starts in December as the departments submit their budget requests. We then meet with each department. We ask a lot of questions. We work to understand why a particular request is being made and how the amount was established and what the department's priorities are. And then we review each department's 5-year plan. We evaluate special purchase articles. And then in conjunction with the town administrator and the finance committee, we look at the town's overall financial picture and make a recommendation to you about how each capital request at the town meeting. Next slide, please. This third slide summarizes the capital requests for this year that are in your warrant and compares these requests to 2 other sets of figures. The first comparison, so what's in the warrant is on the far, or the second column. And the first comparison to what's in the third column, that's what each department had in their 5-year plan last year at this time. The second comparison is to the fourth column, which is what they originally requested back in December. And so you'll note that many of the department's requests are different now than what they were a year ago, which is typical. This year, capital requests are about $145,000 more than I presented to you last year. And it's also typical that some of these amounts are less than what the department's intended to request at the beginning of the budget season. Cumulatively, today we're about $90,000 less than what they expected to ask for back in December. Capital planning's recommendations are also presented on this slide, and we'll have more to say about each item as it is moved. Next slide, Chris. Okay, there we go. These next 3 slides offer you some perspective on how this year's requests stack up against what's been approved in the past and what could be expected in the future. The first of these is our projected 5-year capital outlay program. It's based on what the departments have told us they expect to request in the next 5 years. Remember from the last slide, we told you that plans change from one year to the next, so the bottom line numbers on this slide will probably change over the next few years as well. I will point out, however, that the average of the requests for the next 3 of the next 4 years are considerably higher than the historical average. In particular, the Highway Department is projecting that the Lake Boone Dam Repair Project, which is to be undertaken in fiscal year 23, might cost $2.5 million. And the Fire Department is projecting that Engine 15 will also need to be replaced in FY 26 to the tune of about $800,000. And I will note that this slide does not include things that could be CPC funded, and it does not include big ticket items like PFAS remediation or a new building for the high school. Next slide, please. This slide gives you some further details about what you can expect in the next few years in terms of replacement of the town-owned vehicles, which turns out to be a big chunk of what we spend our capital money on. If you're paying attention to this year's warrant, vehicles make up about 55% of the capital requests. This is a comparison to what we've actually spent on vehicles in the past 5 years with what the departments are telling us they expect to request in the next 5 years. Collectively, they expect to request $800,000 more over the next 5 years than what they asked for in the last 5, or what we paid for in the last 5. That's $160,000 more per year on vehicle replacements than we've been spending. That seems like a big number to you because it is. In an average year, we spend about $600,000 total on capital items, so a projected increase of $160,000 a year represents about a 25% increase in capital spending for each of the next 5 years. Some of this is just that new vehicles cost more than they used to. The police department is actually planning to downsize their fleet, which you're going to hear about more shortly. And so the expected increase in the police department vehicle purchase amounts is simply because these vehicles cost more than they used to. Some of it is the age of the vehicles that need to be replaced. Most of the fire department vehicles are in service for 20 or more years, so eventually they need to be replaced. The same is true of the highway department vehicles. They're in service for a long time. But we've also learned, and we also feel it's important for you to understand, that the current highway superintendent expects to replace the highways vehicles on a more accelerated schedule than his predecessor did. It appears that when it comes to the highway department, there's been a shift in the philosophy of how vehicle replacements should be done compared to the way they were done in the past. In any case, we feel it's important for you to know about these possible upcoming expenditures as you consider your capital votes this year. And last slide, please. And finally, I'll wrap this up with this 10-year snapshot of what capital requests look like, past, present, future, all on the same slide. The blue bars are what you, as the town, is actually authorized for things not counting special articles like land purchases. And apart from 2 years ago when we spent over $4 million, most of that was on the road project for Lower Village, we average about $637,000 a year on capital items. This year we're a little bit higher, $878,000. The red bars are this year, the red bar is this year, and the green bars are the next 5 years. Which is, I gave that information to you on a previous slide, and going forward we expect, like I said, capital planning is expecting that The future is going to be higher than our historical average. And even if you take the Lake Boone Dam project out of the equation, because it's not a normal expense, we're looking at capital expenditures over the next 5 years on the order of about $955,000 a year. So that's $300,000 more than what we expect in a normal year. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Do you want to take questions on that or wait until the individual line items?
I would imagine there's questions on the individual line items.
Okay, so we're ready for a motion from Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town discuss the items of this article individually and vote upon each separately as to the amount to be appropriated for each item as set forth in separate motions proposed.
We have a motion and a second. This is just a procedural motion so that we'll take each of the capital items one at a time. Is there any debate on the procedural motion? Anything outside?
No, we have nothing outside.
Okay, we will open it for a vote for 20 seconds on the procedural motion to split the capital article. And 10 more seconds. 3, 1, and we will close the voting. 190 votes, 161 yes, and 29 no. The motion passes. I got it. So then we will proceed to Article 30, line item 1 of Article 35.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $47,000 for Article 35-1, Town Building ADA Exterior Doors and Key System, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Do we have a second? Did I hear one? We did get a second. Is there any questions or other debate on 35-1?
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
we need a recommendation from capital planning.
Thank you. Recommendation from capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, the building commissioner is requesting funds for a program to upgrade the exterior doors and rekey the interior office doors at the town building. Under this program, both the upper and lower sets of the building exterior doors would be replaced and equipped with automatic door openers to make them compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. These doors would also be equipped with electronic card-based systems, thereby improving the security of the building. The project would also involve replacing the physically keyed lock sets on 14 interior office doors with new lock sets. Town voters may recall that adding handicap-accessible doors to the town building was put off last year for budget reasons, which, given that the building has been closed to the pandemic ever since, seems in hindsight to have been a stroke of pure cost-cutting genius on the part of the town. Now, however, recognizing how important ADA-compliant access is to our mobility-challenged neighbors, that many of the keys to the town building which have been handed out over the years are now unaccounted for, and the fact that many of the interior lock sets are worn out, capital planning voted unanimously to recommend the town support this expenditure.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Gross, 110 Lowell Drive. Just curious to know what the source of the budget amount is. Have we solicited competitive bids, for example?
Town administrator?
So we have not solicited competitive bids. You actually cannot go out to bid unless there's a funding source already authorized. But we have received some estimated pricing. The building commissioner has done some work based on last year's figures and what's expected of this year.
And what was the source of the estimation?
I don't know. You could certainly ask the building commissioner, but he obtained information on this article.
Thank you.
Is there anyone outside for this article?
There is no one to speak to this article.
All right, we will open for voting for 20 seconds, starting now. And 8 seconds. And we can close. We have 209 votes, 191 in the affirmative, 18 no. The motion under Article 35-1 passes. Article 35-2.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $26,800 for Article 35-2, Police Station Interior Painting, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, the police station was constructed 30 years ago, and in that time only a few of the interior spaces have been repainted. Accordingly, the building commissioner is requesting funds to clean, patch, and/or repair and repaint all of the interior walls and trim in the station. Capital Planning voted to recommend the town support this expenditure, although the vote was not unanimous, as some of the committee feel that the estimated cost of the project, which will need to be conducted under state prevailing wage provisions, is higher than expected.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments on 35-2? Anything outside?
There is no one to speak to that article.
Seeing no debate, we will open for voting for 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. And we will close. We have 207 votes, 162 in the affirmative, and 45 noes. The motion under Article 35-2 passes. 35-3.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $30,000 for Article 35-3, Town Building Water Supply System Study. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Thank you. Capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, for nearly 90 years, there's been a water distribution system in the center of town serving a mix of municipal buildings, private homes, and the First Parish Church. The town currently operates the well and treatment system, which supplies water to this system, but over the last few years, several challenges have emerged that suggest we are approaching a crossroads as far as this distribution is concerned. Leaks in the distribution piping due to its age, the presence of PFAS in the groundwater near town center, and other DEP-mandated upgrades are all factors that need to be taken into account when considering what the future holds for this system. Rather than simply continuing to plug the leaks and hope for the best, the building commissioner is advocating that we take a step back and conduct a feasibility study to determine alternatives and work towards a recommended least cost solution for the system. Believing that it is financially prudent for a problem to be carefully studied to find the best solution rather than simply throwing money at it, Capital Planning voted unanimously to recommend that the town support this expenditure.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the motion under Article 35-3? Yes, we have one voter inside.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. I thought we spent a lot of money on PFAS last year, and given a lot of evaluating with the system, with the water system in the center of town going on. And isn't this, with the current building inspector that's going to be retiring very quickly, wouldn't it be better to save this money for this year and have the new building inspector, when he gets put into office, make the decision on whether a study is needed?
Town administrator, please.
So we have been reprimanded by DEP because of the issues we have with the town building water system. The pipes are deteriorating. We do have leaks continuously. So instead of starting to dig up pipes and replacing them, we thought it best to do this study and figure out what is best overall. DEP has agreed that they will give us a stay, if you will, on the requirements to meet by having the study done.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside?
We have no one to speak to this article.
We have another speaker inside. Yes, sir.
William Byron, 469 Gleasondale Road. I just, being the cheapest guy in town, I wanted to know what we're going to spend $30,000 on, who we're going to pay it to, and what are we going to learn that we don't already know.
Town administrator, please.
So the plan is to do a study, so we would hire a company to come in and study the existing system, the existing pipes, where they're run, and to whom is receiving water from this system. we expect that we would receive a plan at the end that either determines the current system is accurate and we need to replace lines, or they perhaps may recommend adding additional wells for the private entities that are on the town water supply. It will be put out through a proper procurement process. So we may not pay the $30,000, but given the state of procurement right now, labor and materials and consulting fees are through the roof. So we really do feel that instead of just wasting money and throwing good money at an old system, let's really evaluate the whole setup and see what's best for us.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone outside?
There are no speakers.
So we'll open for voting on Article 35-3 now for 20 seconds. This will require a majority vote. And 10 more seconds. And we will close voting. We have 214 votes, 180 in the affirmative, and 36 noes. The motion or Article 35-3 passes. 35-4.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $71,000 for Article 35-4, firefighter turnout gear, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning recommends approval of this article. The current equipment is outdated and must be replaced. There's an expectation of a grant coming that may cover this entire amount, but our recommendation is not dependent on a receipt of that grant.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the motion under Article 35-4? Yes, sir. We have
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. I'm just curious why this isn't put into the fire department's regular budget. I mean, if I got a stapler at my house and I need a new stapler, I appropriate money for a stapler. I mean, I would imagine all the departments do the same thing. Why isn't the fire department doing the same? So we're not getting hit with a big number of, every year, every couple of years or whatever.
Thank you. Town Administrator, are you able to address that?
So again, we can certainly take that into consideration going forward. The fact of the matter is there was a bulk number of turnout gear purchased that's all expiring at the same time. So because it does rise to the level of capital, we're doing that separately. The problem is when you buy multiple gear at the same time, the expiration does fall in line. So if there's an opportunity for us to start phasing them in and buy a few every year, we can certainly look into that. But currently the gear is all expiring.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
There are no speakers.
Then we will, seeing no further debate, we will open for voting for 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. And we will close the voting. We have 202 votes, 186 yes, and 17 no. The motion passes. 35-5, Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $185,000 to purchase and equip a bucket truck for the Highway Department. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital planning.
Capital planning eventually supported this, but it wasn't unanimous. There's been discussion recently about $185,000 being reduced down to $150,000. I know it's this whole thing is based on the cost of seasonal rental for putting up sign, but they're all going to use it in the tree trimming emergencies. But the due diligence of the supervisor's streets led us to believe that it was going to be a low amount requested. Somebody answer that?
Thank you. We have one voter inside I'll take.
Yes, Debbie Woods, Great Road. It's a question, and it will also reflect item 5, 6, and 7, and it's based on a comment that capital planning made, and that was that our current head of the highway department is a little more aggressive in terms of replacement. So my question in particular on the bucket truck is, what is the age of it, and how much more aggressive is this replacement, or is it past due? And that's going to be a comment for number 6 and 7 also.
Thank you. Is town administrator able to speak to that? I don't see Steve.
So I can start. Steve is in the back. Debbie, I'm not sure of the exact year. I'd have to look that up. Regarding the bucket trucks specifically, as mentioned by Capital, we did do a lot of work on this. Hiring an outside contractor to do tree work is about $3,500 a day. That's based on the last 3 times that we have used contractors to do this type of work. That does not include any routine trimming of branches that are over the road or the 14-foot clearance that DOT guidelines call for. So we have an estimated 90 days of tree work a year at the $3,500 a day is $315,000 for an annual cost of tree maintenance in the town. After much debate back and forth, we did decide that it makes more sense to move forward with bringing the bucket truck. It is deemed unsafe. It cannot be utilized currently. The bucket doesn't turn correctly. So this piece of equipment cannot be used if we choose not to fund this. Again, as mentioned, we do not believe the total will be $185,000. We expect it to come in lower when we actually put it out to bid and purchase the truck. But again, given the cost of materials and labor, I would ask that you approve the $185,000. We will only spend what is needed. We do not just spend money to spend money. You can reassured on that. But we would say that, on an annual basis, it would be $100,000 and $125,000 if we kept up with it on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. Yes, I'll take a speaker over here. Yes.
Jean Campbell, 118 Whitman Street. My question is that you estimated 90 days at $3,500 a day. Where does that show up in the current budget? And will we see a reduction elsewhere in the current budget if we buy this truck?
So we've been doing the work in-house with the tree workers that we have on staff and the bucket truck that is now no longer in service. So if we had to outsource all of our tree work, that's the estimate that it would cost us.
Thank you. Yes, sir, over here.
Yeah, Kevin Gross, 110 Lowell Drive again. Yeah, a very similar question. So I think this isn't an apples to apples comparison here because we're being asked, first of all, let me ask 5, 6, 7, are these all replacement vehicles or are there any net new vehicles being added to the fleet?
They are all replacement vehicles.
Thank you. Now, to the point that the previous speaker made, the $3,500 a day versus, purchasing a truck, that includes labor. Where's the budget for labor coming from here? Where's the budget for maintenance, insurance, and all the other costs that come with owning these vehicles?
So that's already in the highway department budget. So we have staff that are tree workers. So where we have the staff, we need to provide them the equipment to do the work. So this is only the cost of the bucket truck. The cost of insurance will be the same because we're replacing a bucket truck with a bucket truck. There should be no additional costs. Again, if we needed to outsource, it would be this $300,000-ish a year. And I will say the truck, Steve has let me know that the current bucket truck is 33 years old.
Sure, makes sense. So if we were to decide to use outside contractors, what would the net effect on our budget be in terms of reduced salary, benefits, and so forth? I'm not seeing a full budget here, a full plan.
Well, and you wouldn't. If you chose not to fund this and do an outside, we would have to decide if we wanted to keep that staff. If we chose to remove the tree worker staff, we'd have to bring in additional snow contractors. So the cost, it's not an easy one-to-one cost to isolate because those staff members do so much more. They do road work, they do snow plowing. So if you're talking eliminating positions, we would have to outsource so much more than just tree work.
Well, I would ask that you do that analysis before asking us to spend. This is a lot of money again, and I would politely request that we get that kind of analysis from the town before we're being asked to budget this kind of expenditure.
I'm happy to do that going forward, but again, it would just continue to increase the cost because as we outsource more work, prevailing wage will skyrocket the cost. So this to me is an increase of $185,000. If you choose not to, we probably are closer to $300,000 with the outsourced work that we would need to do after eliminating staff.
So you feel that it is uniformly less expensive for us to purchase equipment, hire employees, benefits, and everything goes with that, instead of subcontracting or using outside contractors on an as-needed basis?
Quite frankly, on most things, yes. The town is subject to prevailing wage, which is 3, 4, 5 times what we pay an hourly employee.
Okay, I'm not convinced of that, but thank you.
Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
We have no speakers outside.
Then we will open for voting for 20 seconds. On Article 35-5, a bucket truck. 10 more seconds. And we're closed. We have 211 votes, 186 yes, and 26 no. And the motion passes. Article 35-6.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $135,000 to purchase and equip a 6-wheel dump truck for the Highway Department. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital planning.
Capital planning supports this article. The dump truck is, the one that's being replaced is very old, rusty. Dump truck's a good thing to have. So we supported it unanimously.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or debate on purchasing a dump truck, which is a good thing to have? Oh, I'm sorry, Denise.
I just wanted to respond to the previous question. So this truck was purchased in 1998. So again, I do think that the vehicles that we're asking to replace here, we have certainly run into the ground and extended past their useful life.
Thank you. Seeing no debate, we will open for voting for 20 seconds. And we're down to about 10 seconds. And we are closed. 195 votes, 175 yes, and 20 no. The motion passes. 35-7.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $68,000 to purchase and equip a pickup vehicle for the Highway Department. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
And capital planning.
Yeah, capital plans unanimously supported this pickup truck purchase. It's replacing one that's in rough shape, and this new one is plow adaptable and other stuff like that that is needed on a daily basis. So it was unanimous that capital plans support this, and it's a good thing to have.
Thank you. And Town Administrator wanted to speak also.
Yes, so this originally was purchased in 2009, and this is the superintendent's pickup truck, which is probably in the parking lot today, and you could see the rust literally just ruining this truck. So it will likely not pass inspection going forward because of the work that needs to be done, so I request that you approve this article.
Thank you. Is there any debate on this?
Well, yes. On this, the old pickup truck, does that get donated to the cemetery department, or is it outsourced and just sold and got rid of?
Who is this?
David Arsenal, 12
hi.
Hastings Street.
So the vehicle would follow our surplus disposition policy. So if there's no value in trading it in, we would certainly see if another town department needed it, or if there was a better cost to trading it in for the new vehicle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
439 Adams Drive. Typically, the superintendent wouldn't be doing his own snow plowing, I wouldn't think, but is this truck going to come with a snow plow and fully adapted with the snow plow on it already? $68,000 sounds like an awful lot of money for a pickup truck. Yeah, for him to drive around and do inspections and things like this. I mean, I could do that with my Volkswagen Bug. I mean,
So yes, it would. This does come with the plow, and while a superintendent would not normally plow, again, to the previous comment, we try to do as much in-house as possible, because once we start bringing in outside contractors, the costs just rise. So when the superintendent is out checking the streets, he will certainly put the plow down and plow along with his staff.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
We have no other speaker.
Okay, we will open the voting for 20 seconds on Article 35-7. And 10 seconds. Two more seconds, and we're closed. We have 206 votes, 171 yes, and 35 no. The motion passes. Article 35-8.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $35,000 for Article 35-8, October Lane resurfacing/curbing, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Capital planning.
Yes, after long debate, capital plan supported this. There's been, in town, there's multiple streets that need to be resurfaced, and October Lane's been on the list for a long time. And if we don't start doing these, then that 35,000 is going to be more like 40,000 or more with the increase of tar and base materials and stuff like that. So I guess we better get started on these again, and that's why we support it.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on 35-8? Anyone outside?
There is no speaker.
We have one inside. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. We did a survey recently, I believe, on what roads need to be done in town. I believe that was done maybe last year. Where do these roads that we're going to do fit on that priority of that? And it being on the list a long time is not necessarily saying it's the worst road that needs to be repaired. And I believe these roads need to be done, because a lot of them in town are really in poor shape. I'm not sure October Lane's top of the list, the middle of the list, the bottom of the list, but we did a survey on that. Where does it stand on that?
So I don't know. I have not seen the actual survey. I can tell you this is the third year in a row that we've asked for this money to pave October Lane. And just for comparison's sake, as was mentioned last year, it was $26,800 to pave this. And now we're up to $35,000 because the costs escalate. But Steve, I know you're back there. If you have any comments on the road paving survey that was done, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Is there any other debate? Is there anyone outside?
There is no speaker.
I believe our highway superintendent is coming to speak on that.
Good morning. We've done the road survey in-house. We want to get that done outside, but because right now the roads are in such bad shape in a lot of parts in town, so you guys know, basically we spend Chapter 90, $284,000 a year. That does 1 mile of road at mill and pave. When you add that up, we have 60 miles of road in town, 55 covered by the state, 5 miles that are private ways that you guys just approved 15 grand for. I'm trying to spend the money on the roads that are falling apart, so we've done that in-house. We do want to get an outside consultant to help, because there's now computer-based programs that will help manage it better. So that's where we stand on that. And if you look around, October Lane is pretty bad. The road's buckling.
Just want to make sure that we haven't spent $50,000 on a survey that isn't necessarily needed. Because as you guys know, probably better than some outside contractor would be to decide what.
I'm sorry, they can't hear you outside when you're at the table.
Did I answer your question?
Good enough, thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker.
Yeah. Kathleen Fisher, 1 White Pond Road. I actually don't think, I think there's more roads that need work, and I think we've deferred tremendously on the road repairs and maintenance. So I think, I actually would like to see this more in Broaden, but I'm not going to recommend that today. But I think it really needs to be looked at, because our roads are, we haven't been taking care of them.
Thank you. Is there any, seeing no one else, if there's no one outside, we will open for voting for 20 seconds on Article 35-8. Ten more seconds. Okay, we have 205 votes, 181 yes, 25 no. The motion passes. Article 35-9, Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $37,000 for Article 35-9, Hartley Road Pickup Lane, and the Select Board recommends approval or recommends favorable action on this article.
Capital Planning?
Yes, Capital Planning voted to support this article. Essentially, what's happened is that the parent drop-off and pickup lanes for the center school have been moved to Hartley Road because the original concept of the lanes coming in off of 117 was fine when there were relatively few people taking advantage of that, but with more parents dropping their children off and picking them up, that creates a safety issue on 117. The issue, of course, is that Hartley Road doesn't have space for cars to be waiting to drop off and pick up their children and to allow other cars to go up and down Hartley Road. So what this does is it widens Hartley Road just up the hill from the parking lot that's off to the side here, the teacher parking lot. And that has been recommended by the police department as well, as far as we understand.
Thank you. There isn't a FinCom recommendation. Could we take one, please?
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this article.
Thank you. We have one person waiting to speak.
Ellen Sturgis, 12 Canterbury Road. So I was chair of this building committee when we built it, and we addressed the issue that there was a lot of cars at pickup time on Great Road. We increased the size of the parking lot out here in front for that purpose. So I'm really, and in fact, one of the reasons we designed the buses to go up Hartley Road was because it's a narrower road. So I'm really concerned what the district is thinking, that they wanted to flip it. If they're not encouraging parents to use the buses that we're required to offer because we're a regional school district, that's a concern of mine. I think this is a huge parking lot out here. If there's not enough space, then we need to talk to parents about why they're not using the buses. I mean, now, and I'm not talking about COVID time. I mean, there's a lot of concerns about COVID, but for a normal school year, I think we should push back on the district to look at why they're changing this plan.
Thank you. Is there someone outside waiting to speak?
We have no speakers.
We have one more inside. Yes, ma'am.
Deputy Woods, Great Road, to go along with what Ms. Sturgis just said. My question is this being driven by 2020? Is the increase in the number of parents picking up and dropping off children due to the COVID, which again, I understand, but if this is a short-term spike and it's going to go back down to a more normal level that we did design for and whatever, then I think this $37,000 is not necessarily wisely spent.
Okay. Town administrator looks like she's waiting to speak?
So the police department have been getting complaints the last several years regarding traffic on Great Road at pickup and drop-off time. It was the police department that started this conversation with the school department. In order to mitigate the concerns, the traffic was diverted on Hartley. The plan is to keep that indefinitely because it did make a big difference. Yes, the trial run was during COVID and pickup and drop-off have increased, but there, even prior to COVID, there was a backup on Great Road and there was traffic concerns.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting?
Yes, we do have a speaker.
We'll recognize them.
Maureen Bush, 25 Peabody Drive. This question goes to Ms. Sturgis' statement that the parking lot was expanded to allow for parent pickup, and has that system changed so that parents aren't parking and are just lining up at the door, and is that part of the problem?
Are you able to answer that?
The original intent of the design was that there was sufficient number of cars for both for people who wanted to park and walk in to pick up their kids, especially the younger kids, and that the full circle would be used for the drop-off. And I have it written down somewhere. The number of cars we planned on was pretty significant. So I haven't seen it. I don't drive by here during pickup times, but I'm appalled to think that there's that many cars that can't be managed between the two, basically inside circle and outside circle, as well as the parking area.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
Yes, we have one more speaker.
We'll recognize them.
Jackie Spatero, 586 Great Road. As a parent of many, many children, we are seeing a change in the face of work. And to answer the select members' question about, how are parents going to continue to do this? Are we being encouraged to use the bus? The answer is yes. And unfortunately, that still may not be an option for working parents, depending on our ever-changing schedules. So I would like to see this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
No, we have no other speakers.
All right, then we will proceed to a vote on Article 35-9, and voting is open for 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. And we are closed. There were 210 votes cast. I see 94 yes and 116 no, so the motion fails. Article 35-10.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $60,000 for Article 35-10, Town Center Corridor Study. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning recommends approval of this article. This is the first step toward improving traffic flow as well as pedestrian and bike safety in the town center area. These funds will pay for traffic analyses and conceptual designs that will allow the planning department to assess what options exist and to begin conversations with residents about what works best. It is also the first necessary step toward applying for state and federal money that might be available from the Commonwealth's Transportation Improvement Program.
Is there any debate on the motion under Article 35-10? Yes, we have one inside.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive, and 9 White Pond Road in Stow. We just finished this Lowell, and we're not quite finished with the Lowell Village project. However, I can't see doing any more studies, paying any more money for studies that are just making the roads faster. They did the Lower Village project. That road is faster now. People are going, they're not slowing down at all. When the road was a little more decrepit and a little narrower, people were going by slower. Now we're going to try and make it wider. We're going to try and make it faster. I think spending an extra $60,000 in this kind of economy right now is foolish. we can postpone it for another year or two and make this evaluation later. I think right now at this point in time, this town votes everything in. I very seldom see anything get failed. I was shocked when this last article failed because everything gets voted in. Like we have an endless pocketbook. I think this $60,000 is a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
Yes, we have a speaker.
We can recognize them.
Hi, this is Mike Jordan, 166 Packard Road. I'm looking at this article, and to me, it's like the next step of a trend in the highways in town that really bothers me. The trend is towards, firstly, increased urbanization, a lot more urban clutter, signs, markings, and things like that. And secondly, it's a trend towards increasing the convenience of the very small minority of people who are either walking or bicycling across the roads, and by the same token, either ignoring or maybe deliberately disadvantaging the overwhelming majority of the people who use them in motor vehicles. And when I look at this plan, I don't see anything around that intersection, which, by the way, my wife and I drive through essentially every day. I don't see anything that's broke that needs fixing about that particular area, with one exception. I've been asking for a long time for a left filter light on that traffic light so that cars coming down from Hartley want to make a left turn onto Great Road can do that. And I would be astounded to find out that was in this planning, because I think there are people in this town that basically would like to see Stow a car-free zone. So I'm going to say vote no. I don't think the money is worth it. I think we should just leave well enough alone.
Thank you. We have a speaker inside. Yes, ma'am.
Courtney Precha, 203 Boxborough Road. I recently approached the intersection of Route 62 and 117 as a pedestrian, and I was appalled. I was pretty frightened trying to get basically from the town building to the library. There were no controls for me to access to request the traffic recognize me as a pedestrian. The sidewalks there are not complete for all sides of the streets. And I wasn't entirely sure that, when I scampered across, that somebody wouldn't be turning from one of the lanes either on a red light. So I'm not an ace pedestrian. I generally don't love walking on streets without sidewalks these days, but I would just note that I'm pretty able-bodied, and anybody else that might approach that intersection with any challenges could be in danger. I think a study of this so that we can work toward making our roads accessible to all the vehicles, whether they're pedestrian, cyclists, or automobiles, is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting?
Yes, we have one more speaker.
We'll recognize them.
Hi, Pat Soren, 174 Barton Road. Yeah, recently our church did a little scavenger hunt pathway, and it caused me to think I needed to cross the road, and I almost got killed by a car that I didn't see coming or was coming too fast down the road. There's no way, and I was on the crosswalk, but people don't see it and don't stop. So I recommend this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
Yes, we have another speaker.
Okay, we'll recognize them.
Yes. My name is Will Clark of 20 Crescent Street in Stow. I am a recent college graduate, and I am pursuing work opportunities in Stow Center Plaza. My parents both work and both require their cars during the day, and hence I do not have the money or the access to buy my own car. And in order to commute to potential work opportunities from my home in town center to the Stow Plaza area, such as Shaw's and or the Pet Source or other businesses in that area, I have to use either cycling or walking. And there are significant gaps on the on the sidewalk between the town center and the Stow Plaza, which make it quite difficult to traverse by foot. There are very few crosswalks between these two areas, which make it dangerous on a high traffic area such as 117. And I am particularly peeved about how rough the area is for cyclists, because except for a very short strip around Stow Plaza, there is virtually no space on 117 or on Crescent Street for cyclists to navigate safely. And I run a large risk on my bicycle on these large busy roads of being hit and I often have to wait for over 5 to 10 minutes for a space to open in order to cross the road in an area with no intersection. So I believe it is vital to increase space for cyclists and pedestrians in this particular high traffic area, especially for the use of youth, high school students, college students, and recent graduates who may not have access to cars as much as older home-owning residents would.
Thank you. We have another speaker inside.
Mr. Moderator, Jim Salvi, 74 West Acton Road. 2 very quick points. When you look at traffic accident data in Stow, the town center area is one of our 3 major hotspots, the other 2 being the intersection of Hudson and Route 117, and the Shaw's parking lot and the Lower Village area. Second, we have to keep in mind that there are several attractions near the town center area that involve children. There are 2 schools, the library, and Russell's. So you frequently get children traveling south to Russell's, east from the schools to the library, and most notably, I guess it's southwest from the library to Russell's and then back. This $60,000 represents a very reasonable investment to find out what to do in that area and try to leverage state and federal money that could be available to make the much needed improvements.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
Shirley Birchfield, 200 Barton Road, and I completely support this. We have a lot of activity.
A little louder, please.
I'm sorry. We have a lot of activity on that strip from the town hall down to Stow Shopping Center. And I think it's very important that we take into account the safety of pedestrians. If you recall, we did have a very prominent member of the town killed in a crosswalk a few years ago because we don't have the proper lighting and controls for pedestrians. And I think that it's high time we take care of that issue and really look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we have a speaker.
We'll take a speaker outside.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Peter McManus, 71 Red Acre Road. It's my understanding, and maybe the town administrator or planning board or who might have the answer, correct me if I'm wrong here, but one of the main reasons of going forward with this at this point is the possibility, as Mr. Salvi just referenced, of some significant grant money to actually fund whatever conclusions or recommendations come out of this. So if that's correct, it's a small amount of money to leverage, what could be a whole lot more and address the issues there. But I guess that's a question to someone who might know the answer. Are we anticipating the possible availability of grant money on the next phase of this?
Mr. Stedman, I believe, can answer. Are you looking to answer that?
Hello? Okay. Yeah, Jesse Stedman, town planner in Stow. Yeah, I would say Peter's mostly correct. These are big projects. They don't simply get solved overnight. You have to start somewhere. And with Town Center, it's our busiest intersection. We really need to first understand how many vehicles per day are actually using it. What are the turning counts? How many pedestrians are out there? Are the crosswalks actually legal? There's a lot of questions to be answered by a traffic consultant. This takes the first step to getting there so that we can go to District 3 at the Mass DOT down in Worcester and start having a conversation about, hey, what's the most what's the most attractive project to get funded through the Transportation Improvement Program, which was really the state's program that can deal with projects that are out of reach by most municipalities. And so this is that first step. It gets us to the point where we can have conversations. It also brings us to the point where we can conceptualize the project, have some discussions with folks in town before we've dumped a lot of money into design and say, oh, you know what, we spent a lot, we can't really change it now. We want to get up to a point where we can have conversations both at the state and in the local level, and then we can make decisions from there.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
Kathleen Fisher, 1 White Pond Road. I'm in favor of this for a couple of reasons.
A little louder if you could.
I'm in favor of this for a couple of reasons. Plantation Apartments, there's no crosswalks going through. Now that people are back on the roads, you have Nans that's blocking traffic. We need to evaluate that whole corridor because it's dangerous. We've had 2 deaths actually in that section. The crosswalk and someone crossing over towards the police station a number of years ago. So it's a dangerous location.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
Pam Weathers on West Acton Road. We spend a lot of money on studies, and this is a no-brainer that this needs to be done. Do we have to have all these very expensive studies in order to get grant money and always to do all of these projects? I'm just concerned about all this money we spend on studies when something is so obviously needed.
Thank you. Town administrator wishes to address that.
So yes, as the town planner just articulated, in order to get grant funding, we have to provide justification for those grants. The cost estimate to actually make necessary repairs to this area are well into the millions. So we obviously don't want to come to this group and ask for that kind of money. We want to find other funding sources, whether it's state or federal, and they do require studies be done ahead of time so that they can justify the cost.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
Yes, we have another speaker.
All right, we will take.
Hello, it's Alice DeLuca, 26 Crescent Street. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Clark, who spoke earlier. And I just wanted to say that I think supporting this study probably supports the automobile drivers, the bicyclists, and the pedestrians. I have seen children riding bicycles without helmets in 117 to avoid going on the little narrow strip over the bridge. That's, I guess, I'm not sure what it is. But you see these little kids riding their bikes in the traffic on 117. I live near the stop sign that people blow through without even a consideration. We often listen for the screeching of tires before they realize they're going to blow through it. And the kids, the pedestrians at the library and the church, and the cars will all benefit, especially if more people are walking, because then there'll be fewer people in the cars. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
We have no other speakers.
Then we can proceed to a vote. We'll keep the voting open for 20 seconds on Article 35-10. And 8 more seconds. And we're closed. We have 210 votes. We have 170 yes and 40 no. And the motion passes. Article 35-11, Mr. Salvi.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $98,619 to purchase and equip 2 replacement police cruisers for the police department. And the Select Board recommends a favorable action on this article.
Capital Planning.
Ed DeLuca from Capital Planning. So this is one of these situations where we perhaps waited a little long to replace the cars, because at the present time, 2 of the police cars are not in service, so they're operating understaffed. The police department is planning on retiring a total of 3 cars and replacing them with 2. The 2 cars that are being purchased are hybrid cruisers. So the reduction in force will then essentially, each car will be used 2 shifts a day for about 16 hours a day, and they will rotate through that schedule. And so we believe that this is really a critical capital item, and the Capital Planning Committee supported this.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
Yes, we have 1 speaker.
We'll take them.
Alan Fierce, 284 Red Acre Road. Having our police department move to hybrid cruisers is a great idea that I supported, I think, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, 11 years ago, 10 years ago, and I think 9 years ago. It's about time. However, it may be too much time because in that interim period, many towns, including some of our neighbors, have moved to electric vehicles, and it is something that we in Stow need to begin doing immediately. Now, there are towns, Ipswich is one, that is using Tesla Model Y as police cruisers. You can buy them and you can pay extra to outfit them. I don't think it would cost any more than the amount of money that's allocated here. This is probably the Ford Interceptor Hybrid, which is the most expensive and maybe the best police cruiser that's out there today. It's a hybrid, however. Just a few months ago in Massachusetts, the state legislature passed a bill that is called the Next Generation Roadmap for Massachusetts Climate Policy that is going to require the state of Massachusetts to reduce its emissions to 50% below the 1990 level by 2030. That is going to require everyone and every city and town in Massachusetts to drastically reduce their emissions quickly. And so I'm going to support this article today, but I am saying to the town of Stow, this is it. From now on, every vehicle you purchase should be an electric vehicle. We now know you can buy pickup trucks that are electric. Ford just announced this past week an electric pickup truck that looks like a terrific truck. In the next few years, we're going to be rolling out medium and even heavy-duty trucks that are electric. So let's approve this one time, but I'm saying this is it. We need to move to electric vehicles. Stow needs to set the policy and set the direction for the rest of us here in town as we move to electric vehicles. So please, Capital Planning Committee, no more hybrids, no more internal combustion engines going forward.
Is there anyone else waiting to speak outside?
We have no other speakers, and a reminder that we are not supposed to applaud. Thank you.
Yeah, no applause. I've announced that at the beginning. It'd be unfortunate if I had to remove anyone from the meeting. We will open for voting for 20 seconds, starting now. Ten more seconds. And we're closed. 204 votes, 184 yes, and 22 no. And the motion passes. Article 35-12.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $60,000 for Article 35-12, parking lot repairs at the police station. And the Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital Planning.
Ed DeLuca, Capital Planning. So the situation with the parking lot in the police station is that it is in rather grave disrepair. There are areas that do not drain correctly. There are holes, and it needs to be regraded and repaired and resurfaced. There have been slip and fall injuries in the parking lot over winter, and so this is again an item which is overdue for being addressed.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the motion under Article 35-12? Do we have anyone outside waiting?
We have no speaker.
I know. You have a speaker?
No, we
Okay,
do
we
not.
have someone in the inside.
Hi, Dave Sawarski, 178 Barton Road. We were just asked about October Lane for resurfacing for $35,000. In comparison in size to the parking lot at the police department, is it roughly the same or double?
Can town administrator address that?
I cannot speak to the size comparatively, but this would include much-needed drainage work. The part of the issue in the parking lot, in addition to the disrepair, is the ice that builds up because of the drainage. And I can just tell you that over the last 10 years, we have spent out more than $130,000 in either workers' comp or medical bills for folks that have fallen on that parking lot. So the highway department will be doing most of this in-house. So they will be repairing the drainage, and then we will have someone come in and resurface.
If there's extra money in there, where does that money go?
It just does not get spent. It will get reverted back into the free cash for the following year.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting?
We have no speakers.
Then we will open voting for 20 seconds on 35-12, Police Department parking lot repairs. And whoops, we'll do 10 more seconds. And we can close. We have 196 votes, 174 yes and 22 no. The motion passes. Article 36.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 36 as printed in the warrant.
Did I hear a second? We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate on the motion under Article 36? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers.
And then we can proceed to a vote. We're open voting for 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And we're closed. 173 votes, 168 yes and 5 no. Whoops. And the motion passes. Article 37.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 37 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or debate on Article 37? Anyone outside?
We have no speakers.
Then we'll proceed to a vote. We'll open voting for 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. This is a majority vote. Whenever I don't say it requires something other than a majority vote, we can assume it's a majority vote. 3 more seconds. And we're closed. We have 175 votes, 167 yes, and 8 no. And the motion passes. Article 38, Legal Services.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 38 as printed in the warrant. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or other debate? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers.
We have one inside. Yes, sir.
Kevin Gross, 110 Willow Drive. Can we get some information on exactly what legal services are required?
I will turn that to the town administrator.
The majority of our legal services goes to defend the town in ongoing litigation. We have a number of cases right now that are currently moving through the courts since the COVID restrictions are being lifted, and their function is solely to defend the town against litigation. They do assist in a number of other cases, as I mentioned in the beginning. If we have personnel matters that rise to needing legal counsel. They are here today. They review the warrant. They review a lot of our procedures for legality in accordance with Mass General Law. But primarily their purpose is to defend the town against litigation.
Okay, and how much of this is earmarked for the many-year ongoing litigation with calling?
I
property?
don't have that number in front of me. A large portion of it is. We spend a great deal each month, and as I mentioned, it is ramping up. So we do spend a significant amount of money defending that case specifically.
And so I want to raise a concern here that's been raised in the past, that this case seems to never end, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere, and we keep spending money on something that doesn't seem to be bringing any benefit to the town.
Well, I won't comment on the ongoing litigation. It's certainly something that the board can consider as we move forward and as any conclusion to the case comes about.
It seems extraordinarily wasteful. I would really like the town to stop spending that money, and so I recommend voting against this until we have a proposal for a budget that is more in line with our actual needs.
Is there anyone outside waiting?
We have no speakers.
Then we can proceed to a vote. Oh, we do have a speaker, Mr. Ryan.
One of the issues with not protecting yourself from a lawsuit is that you're essentially screwed. All right? I think that, review of pending litigation, things like that, is a fine idea. The board does entertain that. We have executive sessions on a regular basis because we can't discuss pending litigation in public. But simply if saying no on this is a bad idea in my humble opinion.
Thank you. Again, there's still no one outside?
We have no speakers.
Then we will open voting for 20 seconds. Seven seconds. And we're closed. 193 votes. We have 176 yes and 16 no, and the motion passes. Article 39.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 39 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or debate on implementation of MS4 stormwater permit requirements? I see no one inside. Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers.
Then we will open voting for 20 seconds. And we're at 10 seconds. And we're about to close and closed. 178 votes cast, 168 yes, and 10 no. The motion passes. Article 40.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 40 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second for Article 40. Are there any questions or other debate? We have one inside.
110 Lowell Drive. I'm curious to know, how do you spend $9,400 on OBD2 software? I have a software and hardware system for my own use, for my favorite mark of European cars. A professional edition. It handles any number of cars and provides more than enough information to me to do the work.
A little louder if you could.
It provides more than enough, all the information you can get from any scanner, and it costs, well, I just looked up the retail price today, it's $735. Most technicians I know working in shops prefer to use smaller, less expensive handheld scanners that cost just a couple $100. So I don't know how I'd like to understand how we get to $9,400 for this. And I'd also like to know if, this is somehow going to help the town better repair and maintain our vehicles, or if we're just going to be scanning codes that the shop that actually will repair the cars can scan equally well for us.
Thank you. Town Administrator.
So this is actually right off the state contract. It's an all-in-one package for commercial vehicles that does all different models of vehicles and the equipment that we have. This will send out software updates when new truck model years are added, and it covers, as I mentioned, equipment as well as the vehicles. We have a full-time mechanic on staff, and the problem that we've had is we've had to send the trucks out to be diagnosed, and then more chances than not they're fixing them off-site instead of in-house. So this is another way that we can bring these funds internally and do the repairs, diagnose it and do the repairs right inside the highway department.
I see, and our highway department is fully equipped to do all repairs to all vehicles that we own?
I wouldn't say all, but for the most part, the majority of our repairs are done in-house or can be done in-house.
Well, I think this is a very negative trend. I'd like to see the town doing less of this kind of commodity work with town dollars and town employees who are comparatively expensive when compared with outside independent shops, for example, or even dealers.
Right, but the average time when we have trucks and equipment out of service and off-site is increased dramatically. Would have to go to an outside vendor. We can do repairs in-house in a day or two, when some places we have to schedule these larger commercial vehicles and it takes weeks to get them back. So they're out of service for much longer when we have to off-site them.
Do we have someone waiting outside with a question or comment?
We have no speakers outside.
Do we have anyone else inside, or anyone inside? Seeing none, we will open voting for 20 seconds. And we're at 10 seconds. And we're closed. 187 votes, 146 yes and 41 no. And the motion passes. Article 41.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 41 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second for Article 41. Is there any questions or comments? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers.
Then we will open for voting for 20 seconds. And we're at 10 seconds. Five seconds. And we're closed. 183 votes cast, 147 yes, 36 no. And the motion passes. Article 42.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 42 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions and comments on shared housing services? Actually, there's a slide in your slide deck, but they weren't planning on a presentation. It would be I thought there was a slide in the slide deck. I am not seeing it. Anyways, are there any questions or comments outside?
We have no...
Sorry, can I, Mr. Moderator, if you indulge me? And speaking on behalf of SMOT, in case you haven't seen the announcement, the slide is just to remind you there's a hearing on Monday, June 14th, to present their ideas for the Red Acre property that we purchased several years ago for affordable housing. Encourage people, it will be still virtual, so it'll be easy for you to watch it and give your input.
Thank you. Seeing no debate, we can proceed to a vote for 20 seconds. I'm opening the voting. And we're at 8 seconds. And we are closed. We have 176 votes counted, 159 yes and 18 no. And the motion passes. Article 43.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 43 as printed in the warrant.
Did I hear a second? We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or other debate on the motion under Article 43? Anything outside?
Yes.
Yes, we have a speaker.
Yes. Lenny Golder, 67 Old Bolton Road. This question comes up, article comes up perennially, and it will until the child graduates. I have a question about this. Is it possible to offer the parents of this child, on a voluntary basis, they don't have to accept it, a stipend, say for half the amount of the cost of transportation that the town is spending? As I say, it would be totally on a voluntary basis. And, if they accept it, then, it would save the town some money as well.
Would the town administrator be able to answer that? I'm not sure.
I can't really answer that in relation to this article. The transportation comes through Neshoba. The tuition is through Norfolk. So, again, we can certainly look into that in the future. I believe, I'm not positive, but I believe the student may be a senior, if not either 11th grade or 12th grade. So this perhaps could be the last year of this anyways.
Okay, but, it would be worth looking into.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
We have no other speakers.
Seeing no further debate, we will open voting for 20 seconds. We're at 6 seconds. And we're closed. We had 191 votes cast, 144 yes, and 47 no, and the motion passes. Article 44.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 44 as printed in the warrant.
And is there any questions or other debate on Article 44? Anything outside?
We have no speakers outside.
Seeing no debate, we will go to a vote, and I will open voting for 20 seconds. And we're at 10 seconds. And we're closed. 189 votes cast, 171 in favor. I'm sorry, we had 191 votes cast, a couple last second ones. 171 in favor and 20 against. The motion passes. Article 45.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 45 as printed in the warrant. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article. See how easy.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or debate on the motion under Article 45? We have one inside I'll take.
Okay.
Yes,
Debbie Woods, Great Road. With this article, I'm not concerned about the name change. What I am concerned about is the lack of information to the cost and the use of minuscule in place of a cost estimate. Everyone in this room is going to have a different definition of minuscule. Mine is going to be different than somebody else's. And with all due respect to the lawyers in the room, I never equate legal costs or legal review with minuscule. It doesn't happen. So I'm not in favor of handing the town a blank check to cover whatever costs it might be for this without knowing what the costs are. So therefore, I would like to make an amendment to this article, that all expenditures associated with the board.
Could you put the amendment in writing? Oh, you have it in writing.
I have it
Thank
in
you.
writing. And the revised text of the motion wording states, all expenditures associated with the Board of Selectmen name change, including but not limited to legal fees, staff time, printing costs, shall not exceed $2,500, with expenditures reported at our next annual town meeting.
Okay, we need a copy of that for myself and the town council and the town clerk. Could we get copies to look at? I need to decide if I accept it. Again. Just a second, we're reviewing the amendment right now. So I'm going to rule that the amendment is in order, so I'll accept it. Is there a second to the amendment? This is to limit the expenditures by the Board of Selectmen to $2,500. I see a second. So we're no longer debating the main motion on Article 45. We're debating an amendment to change the wording of the main motion to limit the selectmen to $2,500 of expenditures. Is there any debate on the amendment? I see none inside. Is there anyone outside that wishes to,
Yes, we have a speaker.
Thank you.
Hi, Laurie Clark, 39 Bradley Lane. Before we vote on the amendment, can we at least have someone tell us what was anticipated so that we actually know whether this amendment is needed or not?
Town administrator?
So the impact really is, or the cost really is minuscule. We don't expect, there's nothing extra budgeted for this change. We expect a couple of staff hours to make changes to the website, do a search and make changes in the relative documents, and maybe one or two signs that are in the town building that say selectmen that have to change. The expectation is any letterhead, any envelopes will all be used until they're done, and then we would order new stock. So there really is no expectation. Town council's already reviewed the wording. There's nothing they would need to do going forward as far as changing the wording.
Yes.
Debbie Woods, Great Road. So it's your expectation that with this change, no additional legal review counsel will be required? And then my question is, if the name changes to A and we have paperwork that says B, what's the legal ramifications of that? What is the name? So again, that's the question of the logistics of this. If we change it, do we change it? And what happens if some documents say A and some documents say B?
So that's been the standard actually for all the other cities and towns that have already gone through this name change. The board can formally call themselves the select board, but the expectation is that, again, paper documents, letterhead, things like that could remain Board of Selectmen. It's still the same authority under the law, whether it's select board or Board of Selectmen.
Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
We have no other speakers.
Then we will open the voting for 20 seconds on the amendment to Article 45 to limit expenditures to $2,500. Why don't you keep that one? You want that one? No, you want that one. You want this one? 10 more seconds. And we are closed. We have 206 votes on the amendment, 129 yes and 77 no. So the amendment is accepted, or it passes. So now we're back to the main motion. Is there any questions or other debate on the main motion, which has now been amended? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers outside.
We have one inside. Yes, sir.
Tom Ryan, 453 Great Road. With all due respect to my colleagues on the board, whom I think of very highly, I think that this is not necessary. I don't think it's worth spending any money on changing the name. And from a historical perspective, I think it's, I think it's great that the women that we have on the board are, have risen up to the occasion. And, this is not going to change how I think of them in any way. I think it's an unnecessary thing, but it's not something I'd be willing to go to the mat for. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker inside. Yes.
Hi, Catherine West, 8 High Street, Stow. I'm actually one of the people who got this ball rolling back in August when I emailed the select board to state that I thought the time was ripe for a change. I have a background in the kind of work that studies this, and I can tell you that although it seems like a small change, studies have proven that you cannot have a gender neutral. If you use the term man, people automatically first think of men. They then secondarily think of women because rationally they know it's inclusive, but your first thought goes to the gender that is named, not a true gender neutral. I think at a time when we're encouraging women to get involved, when women are getting involved and now make up the majority of the board, I think it is respectful and does no harm to anybody to have a formal title that includes them, that welcomes them, and that tells all the women and girls in town that there is a place for them. I think it's important to catch up to where we are in the world today and to say there is no hurt done and there is a great good. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker inside, I believe. Yep.
Jim Salvi, 74 West Acton Road, and a member of the Board of Selectmen. This change is a good idea. The word selectmen is obviously inaccurate. It is past time that it change. There is no reason that we can't change a word that people in 1683 came up with if and when it becomes accurate or inaccurate. I think the issue of cost is a complete red herring. I would differ with the town administrator only to the extent that the changes that will be made by employees on fixed salary. There will be no additional out-of-pocket expense. And now we have a cost cap that is probably at least 25 times more than what we need. This change is really not that controversial and not a big deal. Over a third of the select boards and boards of selectmen have made this change in the Commonwealth since 2005, including several of the towns in our area. I am very much in favor of it.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting?
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
We'll take one and then we'll take another inside.
Hi, I'm Abby Morgan on 20 Railroad Ave, and I very strongly support this name change, and I agree with one of the previous speakers. This is an issue that's very important to me because I'm a parent here in town, and I have a daughter, and I want her to understand that she could also be on the select board if she wanted to. I want non-binary children to understand that they could also be on the select board, especially with positions of power like a select board. It's very important that our names are inclusive, so I very much support this.
Thank you. And we'll take over here.
Hi, Zach Burns, 27 Whitney. I'm on the Finance Committee, soon to be a member of the Select Board. I agree with everything Jim said. This is not controversial. Yes, in 1683, one of my ancestors, 12 generations ago, named Obadiah Wheeler, came to this region. And I'm an offspring of Hoda Wheeler, 2 generations below. She couldn't vote, nor could she be on the Select Board. So if we're talking about history, I think we need to be clear what that history really means. And I think we need to remember that in 12 generations, they will see us as history. And we have a chance to improve a system, a beautiful system that was created in 1683. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a speaker outside.
Steve Jelinek, 88 Peabody Drive. I would like to say that my good friend Gene Lynch would have said this is long past due to make this change.
Thank you. We'll take a speaker over here.
Shirley Birchfield, 200 Barton Road. And as the third woman who was ever on the Board of Selectmen, I'm very happy to see this change to the Select Board, and I totally support it.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, we have one
For the town of Stow, I mean.
There's no one inside, so go through them.
We have one speaker outside.
All right.
Marianne Sharon, 33 Francis Circle. Can we move the question?
Motion
to move the question.
I see no other speakers. Do we want to take a vote to end debate? Is there a second to move the question? I don't see one inside.
We have outside.
Well,
a
then
second.
there's been a motion to end debate. That's a 2/3 vote. We're setting up the vote here. To end debate. We'll open. We'll open the voting for 20 seconds. Ten more seconds. And we're closed. This required a 2/3 vote. There was 195 in favor and 8 no. The motion passes. So we've moved to end debate. And now we're back to the a vote on the main motion, which will require a majority vote. And I will open the voting for 20 seconds. This is on the actual article, the motion under Article 45. And 10 more seconds. And we're going to hold it open for another few seconds. There's still votes coming in. All right, we'll close voting. We have 181 votes, 165 yes and 16 no, and the motion passes. Article 46. Actually, before we take Article 46, I didn't see her, but my mother was planning to come today. She was the first woman selectman in the town of Stow back in the early 1980s, so say hi to her if you see her. And we'll take a motion now on Article 46.
Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 46 as printed in the warrant, and funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or other debate? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers outside.
Then we will open voting for 20 seconds on the motion under Article 46. And 10 more seconds. And we can close. We have 192 votes counted, 185 yes and 7 no. The motion passes. Article 47. Uh-oh, I think the speaker's off.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 47 as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or other debate? Is there anyone outside? Is there anyone
We
wishing
have
to-
no speakers outside.
Then we will open voting for 20 seconds on the motion under Article 47. And 6 more seconds. And we are done. 188 votes, 179 yes, and 10 no. The motion passes. Article, I'm sorry. Oh, I read it too. 189 votes, 179 yes, and 10 no. Thank you. Article 48.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 48 as printed in the warrant, and as funding therefore, raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or other debate? There's no one inside, anyone outside.
We have no speakers outside.
Then we can open voting for 20 seconds for the motion under Article 48. Ten more seconds. And we're done. I see 182 votes cast, 158 yes, and 24 no. The motion passes. Article 49.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 49 as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any debate? I see one person inside. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I'm hoping you can help me.
A little louder, please.
Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Moderator, I'm hoping you can help me. I'm a little confused by this article. When you look at Article number 20, it allocated $145,000 for the EIP, Employee Assistance Plan, or compensation, which is the same amount as last year. So I guess question number one is there anything left in that account? But now Article 49 is for a new salary and class code. Does this replace the EIP? Is this $80,000 in addition to the 145? What is this $80,000 being used for, please?
Thank you. Town Administrator, could you answer?
Yes, so this is in addition to the EIP. As articulated in the warrant, the $145,000 will go away going forward. This will implement the recommendations that you approved in Article 3, the salary and classification plan. So with that plan, they recommended adjustments to existing employees based on what the comparables are and what their job entails. So this would actually put those changes in place. This is in addition, so the 145, it's fluctuated throughout the years, has been an ongoing expenditure for the education program. We're doing away with that as part of the salary and classification, but this would then implement the new changes recommended.
So then what nets out? It's really $225,000 for, be it the education plan and salary adjustments. The 145 plus this 80.
Yes, but it's 80,000 of new money, because the 145 has been an annual occurrence.
Right, but the 145 is still, it's new money that we've allocated this year. So we can expect the 145 to go away next year?
Correct.
Thank you.
And this will not be, you will not have another line item like this either. This is to place people where they belong in the new salary schedules.
Is there anyone outside with a question or comment?
We have no speakers outside.
Then I will open voting for 20 seconds. And 10 seconds. Three seconds, and we're closed. I see 190 votes, 164 yes, and 26 no. And the motion passes. And Article 50.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 50 as printed in the warrant. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this article.
Thank you. I believe we have a presentation for Article 50. Oh, I had a note we did. Are there any questions or comments on Article 50? Or the motion on Article 50? Yes, sir.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. Why are we accepting this property? I mean, we're not trying to buy the town and own every piece of property in town. This is in the lower village. It's really not a functional piece of property as far as I know. We're not going to build on it. It's not open space. I don't understand why we take this property.
Mr. Stedman, could you answer that? Mr. Stedman's our town planner.
Yes, thank you. There's really three reasons why it could be helpful as a proposal for donation. There's long been talk about potential for a future public water supply somewhere in the lower village area. This parcel is by no means big enough to actually house any sort of wells or anything like that. But it does offer an opportunity, given the shape running behind a lot of the businesses, to not have to go up and dig up the road in the future if that infrastructure was ever put in place. Furthermore, we know from some of the past permitting projects that we just got done on in Lower Village, specifically at one of the plazas on the south side, that the town has no space right now and no real fire protection methods. There's no other town-owned property down there that could house something like a cistern. This could be another potential use in the future. We do have the Lower Village Common, which is the one town-owned piece of land there, and that was actually a really good thing to have because we were able to put our infiltration system under there when we did the Lower Village work. And then the last piece is that this is one area where we still have a small sidewalk gap. We have an easement that we currently hold that allows people to get from Lower Village down to eventually Town Forest. Nice to make some improvements there potentially in the future. So as far as a donation goes and a proposal by the owner of the property, there seems to be some potential future uses that could be a benefit for the town.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
This is also close to where the gas station is or was. Is there any chance of being contaminated over there and Habitat's just trying to get rid of it?
Mr. Stedman.
Yeah, that's a good question. So that was the first thing we thought of when this was proposed to the town. So we asked the developer to run a phase 1 environmental assessment. Some people might know it as the 21E process. So that assessment was ran. We then did kind of a belt and suspenders approach. We hired another firm out of Springfield to come and look at that report, and we wanted to ask them a few things. A, did the firm that prepared it in the original phase 1 assessment, did they follow typical standards? Did they consider everything that another firm would have in such a process? And then did they agree generally with the outcome of the report? And both the original authors and the peer consultant that we hired found that there really were no recognized environmental conditions on this site. They specifically evaluated and took a look at the other few parcels in Lower Village that could potentially be cause for concern. Mobile station is the obvious one. That just recently got a permanent solution, which is the term that DEP provides when you have a cleaned up site. They've been working on this new technology there for the last 3 years, so that really happened a lot quicker than anticipated. Nonetheless, you know, it's south of a couple of those areas that were questionable, but you know, the site visit we did and the topography of the site, the potential future uses, any sort of residual groundwater issues would be far deeper than anything that the town could potentially consider. And they found that there was really no red flags, no recognized environmental constraints. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we have one speaker.
I'll take the outside speaker.
Hi, my name's Deirdre Law. I live on Lane's End, and I just wanted to double check and make sure the fact that that passage is meant as an easement primarily, as opposed to infrastructure work being done for the town? Like, would the easement be maintained?
Mr.
There's no plans to really change the way anything at the moment at that property. That easement exists. I walked it not too long ago. You know, it's not in the best shape, but nonetheless, there are no plans for any upgrades or anything of that right now.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Upgrades could happen, and that could affect the neighbors and the businesses and the residential areas, houses in the area, where it's not known what's going to happen with that piece of property. I'm not in favor of this.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or debate? We have one inside. Yes, sir.
William Byron, 469 Gleasondale Road. Every time I come up here, my voice
A little louder
sounds
if you could.
Oh, that's another problem. You see, I have a problem getting it out sometimes. So I was trying to read this diagram in the back of the warrant. And I want to know what the easement is for. So I've just been told that the easement already exists. What does it do? What does it carry? Is it a path? Is it a route for utilities? I'm just curious as to what that's all about.
Mr. Stedman.
So the easement is shown on the plan as an access and utility easement 10 feet wide. From what I recall at the time of the development of Lane's End, it was meant to get folks from Lower Village to Lane's End and through Lane's End to the town forest. So it's mainly a pedestrian easement. There's no, in the research that we did, there's no buried utilities or anything like that along it.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside waiting to speak?
We have no other speakers outside.
Then I will open voting for 20 seconds. This is on the motion under Article 50. Five more seconds. And we can close. We have 196 votes. I see 176 yes and 20 no. The motion passes. Article 51. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 51 as printed in the warrant and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey a fee interest or easement or enter into the boundary line agreement with the owner of the contiguous property located at 25 Halleck Point Road if deemed reasonably necessary by the Board of Selectmen to carry forth the intent of this article. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
Do we have a second? Capital planning, do we have a recommendation?
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning voted unanimously to recommend the town support the use of CPA funds to contribute towards the purchase of Halleck Point property.
Thank you. Finance Committee, do we have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this article.
Thank you. And we have a presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. Kathy Spera, 74 West Acton Road and Conservation Director. Today with Article 51, you are being asked to vote to approve the purchase of land on Halleck Point on Lake Boone and Stow, and as part of that, to approve the expenditure of up to $400,000 in community preservation funds toward the purchase. Okay. By way of orientation, Halleck Point is a peninsula of land that is located between the 3rd and 4th basins of Lake Boone in the southeast corner of Stow. There are 3 existing homes on Halleck Point, but the remainder of the land is wooded and contains extensive shoreline on the lake. Whoops. The land that is being considered today is the land outlined in green on this map, which totals approximately 12 to 13 acres for the price of $1 million. Last year, the town received notice that this land was being removed from Chapter 61, which is a state tax classification that is designed to encourage landowners to keep their land in forestry and open space use. One of the requirements of that program is that the town has a right of first refusal if the land is being converted to development. The right of first refusal allows the town to match an existing offer by a private party to purchase the land for development and instead to buy it for municipal use. Next slide. If not acquired by the town, the land will be divided into 8 lots, 7 of them for single-family dwellings, as shown on the second plan. The development is currently fully permitted, and this is actually the approved subdivision plan. Next slide. This has been an unusual Chapter 61 process. As most of you know, the town generally just has 120 days to consider such a purchase. However, due to the COVID state of emergency, the legislature placed a stay on that time clock, which has given us the better part of the last year to determine whether and how to purchase this property and to put a plan in place to do this. With strong interest in protecting the land by the Lake Boone Commission, by Lake Boone residents, the Stow Open Space Committee, the Conservation Commission, and Stow Conservation Trust, a partnership formed between the town, the Lake Boone Association, and Stow Conservation Trust, and a volunteer fundraising committee of town residents that has been meeting weekly to raise funds for this project. From the outset, we sought to identify an affordable way to protect the most important parts of the land in a manner that would respect other needs for community preservation funds in town. And we challenged residents on Lake Boone and beyond to raise a portion of the total price and agreed that 2 building lots could be reconfigured and sold with frontage on Sudbury Road to raise a portion of the purchase price. In this way, it was our goal to leverage a relatively modest contribution by the town into the full $1 million purchase price, with the majority of funds coming from non-town sources. Next slide. A little bit about the land and why it's important. Halleck Point was identified in the town's 2016 Open Space and Recreation Plan as significant to protect for 4 attributes. These are scenic views, wildlife habitat, linkage to existing conservation land, and recreational values. This score, if you will, places the land as a medium priority for acquisition, which we felt supported an approach where the town would only pay a portion of the total cost, and we would look to find other funding sources for the balance. Next slide. Halleck Point is the largest remaining undeveloped parcel on Lake Boone and is located between the 3rd and 4th basins in what is really the most quiet and habitat-rich portion of the lake. The property is located adjacent to the town's boat ramp, and informal trails on the property already lead out to the point. There's a high knoll at the end of the point, shown in this picture, that offers a panoramic view of the lake and is a great destination for walkers and picnickers. Next slide. Also, placing Halleck Point in a larger context, it is directly across Sudbury Road from more than 2,000 acres of protected land at the Aspet River National Wildlife Refuge and the Marlborough-Sudbury State Forest, with the significant network of trails on those properties. And there's an existing trailhead parking lot that is directly across the street from Halleck Point, serves the Wildlife Refuge, and can also serve Halleck Point. So one can imagine that future visitors could park at White Pond Road, up at the northern end of the Wildlife Refuge, walk through the refuge to Halleck Point, have a picnic lunch, and then return to their car via another route. Similarly, cyclists could access Halleck Point from the existing terminus of the Aspet River Rail Trail, cycling through the refuge, and then back to their origin. Next slide. This is the overall concept plan for Halleck Point. So all of the land shown in light green on this map would be owned and managed as conservation land by the Conservation Commission, with a network of public trails that would connect the boat ramp at the south and the parking lot across Sudbury Road, then leading out to the tip of Halleck Point, where there would be a small picnic area. There would also be a small boat pull-out area at the tip of the point where boaters could pull up to picnic if desired. Shown closer to Sudbury Road are the 2 lots that would be sold with frontage to defray a portion of the purchase price. There would be a no-cut buffer along the frontage of those lots, through which would run a trail easement. And the goal of that is to kind of maintain that wooded character of that stretch of Sudbury Road. These lots are currently in the process of being surveyed and would be 1.5-acre building lots. They are also being reconfigured from the original subdivision plan to leave the town with ownership of all of the shoreline in this area, so that the trail can follow along the shoreline of the property. Next slide. Our original financial plan had 3 elements that are shown here. First, we asked residents to collectively raise $150,000 toward the purchase as part of a larger Healthy Lake Boone initiative with a total fundraising goal of $168,000. So $18,000 was being raised for a water quality study of Lake Boone, and you may hear more about that today. Second, we estimated that the sale of the 2 lots would bring in about $500,000. And third, we received unanimous support from the Community Preservation Committee for $400,000 in existing CPA funds toward the purchase. These 3 sources together would have given us sufficient funds to cover the $1 million purchase price and a small amount that we budgeted for survey, legal costs, title, etc. Next slide. I'm pleased to report today that our plans have come together far better than expected. As of yesterday, the private fundraising total is $154,000 from nearly 200 donors. And note that this is an update from the slide that was done about a week ago, so we've raised about $9,000 in the last week alone. And we're confident that we'll reach the fundraising goal within the next couple of weeks. Second, the town put the 2 building lots out to bid, and as of this week, we have a signed purchase and sales agreement with a local builder for the 2 lots for a total of $630,000, far exceeding our original $500,000 estimate. Thank you, real estate market. That P&S agreement is obviously contingent on your vote today and the town proceeding forward. As a result, although we are still requesting the full $400,000 in community preservation funds, we expect that we will not need all of these funds at closing and will only take what we need to cover the purchase price and expenses, leaving the remainder in the fund. My best estimate of that amount would be no more than $300,000, but we won't know for sure until we reach the closing, and we don't want to take the risk of leaving ourselves short. The motion in the warrant has several parts, and those are to authorize purchase of the whole property and separate it into 2 pieces for conservation and future sale for development, to use the community preservation funds for the conservation portion of the property, to accept outside funds as gifts toward the purchase, and to convey the 2 lots. We expect that if you vote to proceed with the purchase today, we will close with the seller in July and then immediately convey the 2 building lots. Finally, as you heard, the motion today includes language with regard to 25 Halleck Point Road. The reason for that is that an abutter to this property has a small shed that is located just over the property line on the property the town is proposing to purchase, and they have threatened adverse possession action. Town council is currently working with their attorney to address that issue, and so the motion includes language that would authorize the selectmen to convey an easement or land under the footprint of the shed if they determine that it's in the town's best interest to do so. Last slide. So in closing, the project has been supported unanimously by the CPC, the Conservation Commission, the Open Space Committee, and the Lake Boone Commission. We have nearly 200 individuals, local businesses, and residents, summer residents that have supported the fundraising campaign, and we ask for your support today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it now for debate or questions. Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we do have a speaker, but before we do that, do you need a recommendation from any other committee?
We had got, I think we already got recommendations from Finance Committee and Capital, didn't we?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Cindy Curley, 166 Barton Road, Lake Boone. So I've lived on the lake my whole life, and we started out as all cottages, and now, as you know, this is really the only remaining open space in the entire lake. So I just plead with you to keep it that way. We thank Kathy and everyone that's worked so hard on this project and everyone that's donated to it. It's an incredible, important project for the town, and obviously with COVID, everyone understands that recreation should be a part of everybody's new lifestyle, and Lake Boone certainly offers all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one person inside. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Dan Barstow. I'm a member of the Lake Boone Commission, and I'm also the head of the Healthy Lake Boone Initiative. I want to make 3 points. The first one is to underscore something that Kathy said. This is an incredible diversity of individuals and organizations that have come together on this. The Stow Conservation Commission, the Lake Boone Commission, the Lake Boone Association, Stow Conservation Trust, Stow Open Space Committee, and then, of course, the larger fundraising that represents a significant cohesive force that we've been pleased to see. I would like to read a statement approved by the Lake Boone Commission unanimously that the LBC strongly supports Stow acquiring the Halleck Point property and its preservation for the health and safety of the lake and community and for public access and use. The proposed acquisition aligns well with the Healthy Lake Boone Initiative and has already garnered supportive funding from over 150 local residents. Now it's higher than that. Lake Boone is a small and shallow lake, and as such, it is more vulnerable to the effects of overdevelopment, both on the health of the lake and surrounding watershed areas, and to safe recreational use of the waters. Loss of undeveloped land could have significant negative ramifications in both of these areas as natural vegetation and buffers are eliminated. The second point I want to make is that this is for the benefit of the entire town. In fact, residents of Lake Boone already have access to the lake. This provides new pathway for other residents of the town to get access to this beautiful part of our wonderful place. I also want to say that it's important for the town for the health of the lake. As you may know, a year ago, the town beach was closed because of some possible cyanobacteria. The health of the lake is significantly at risk, and this protects the overall health of the lake. The third point I want to make is that, in fact, it's part of a broader initiative. We received a grant last year from the Massachusetts Vulnerability Program to $154,000 to study the health of the lake and make some long-term plans. We have dozens of volunteers who are doing monthly measurements to try to support the health of the lake. Even before we get those recommendations, we know that this is the last piece of land that we can preserve, and it's an incredible bargain to do that. So with a big thank you to the many people who have donated and participated, I think this is exactly what the Community Preservation Fund in Chapter 61 is for.
Thank you. Is there a speaker outside?
We have a speaker.
We will take, actually, we have no one waiting inside, so.
I'll be brief. I'm David Gray from 12 Pine Point Road, and I'm also the treasurer of the Lake Boone Association. And I just wanted to say that we have had overwhelming support of people on the lake and within the whole town and surrounding, from residences, from businesses that do work in the area. So it's been really rewarding to see how many different places the support has come. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have someone else outside waiting?
We have no other speakers.
Yes, sir.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. I was just curious, the paths and stuff that's going to be built around the walking paths and stuff, is that included in the funds, or should we be trying to put money aside for that as well? I'm in favor of this. I just want to make sure we have enough money to do the end project. Or is this something we're going to have to add in later and say, okay, well, gee, we don't, with $30,000 shot, we're going to build some paths in there? Just curious.
Sarah, can you address that?
Sure. We're not expecting to expend any cash dollars to build the trails. That'll just be the work of my team and I. So the only kind of out-of-pocket cost would be for picnic tables. And I think what we've seen at Town Center Park is that when you put that out there as an opportunity for donations, people are eager to do that. So there shouldn't be any cost involved in construction.
Thank you. We have another speaker inside. Yes, sir.
Hi, David Swirsky, 178 Barton, also president of the Lake Boone Association, and was part of a small group of people that helped put this together. And really want to thank the people who...
A little louder, please.
Really want to thank the people that put their time and effort into putting this project together. And my concern at first was raising taxes to the town, and we managed to be able to not, have this project go forward and not be able to raise taxes to the town. So fully supportive, and there was a lot of community support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone outside?
We have no other speakers outside.
Then I will close. We have a speaker. Yes, sir.
William Byron, 469 Gleasondale Road. Just how much access will there be for people to the lake other than staring at it out at the end of the point? There's no adequate boat launch on this great pond. The one access that people have been using, I assume, was on private property, which now I guess we will own as part of this package. But, you run this $25,000 boat down into a mud hole. It's not really a launch ramp. It's just a piece of dirt that you run your boat over. People are parking across the street, some in the street. Even if you just use it for canoe and kayak access, is there any parking at the end of the point for people to come and park there and put their small craft in? How many people, other than the people that live down in that area, have actually driven down this road and taken a look at the property? To my mind, creating these trails and other things that are going to be put down there is going to be a relatively difficult job, and probably cost somebody some money. Unless you have volunteers with front-end loaders and bulldozers and a few other things. I just want to understand a little more about this access business. Just how good is it, and how are you going to let it be used?
Can you address that? I believe there is a boat launch.
No.
So, Bill, there are a couple of things embedded in that question, and I'll take a shot at answering them. If you want to go back to there. Yep, that one. Yep. So you're correct that the existing boat ramp, which has been owned by the town for a long time, the town has owned a piece of land where the boat ramp is located, but the ramp is not located on the parcel. And I do not know how that happened. That is historical accident. When the town acquires this property, we will now own the land on which the boat ramp sits. And I think that conversation about whether improvements need to be made to the ramp, what those are conversations that have already started with the Lake Boone Commission, and I think they will continue. We are not planning a boat launch as part of this project, and we had quite a bit of discussion about that, and there are really two reasons for that. One, there is an existing boat launch located in very close proximity to Halleck Point. Two, we did not feel that constructing a parking lot at the end of Halleck Point Road was a prudent idea. Parking lots function best when they are close to busy roads, and when they are tucked away deep in the woods, they tend to be places that people like to hang out and do things they shouldn't be doing at night. So we have existing residences out on Halleck Point. We did not want a parking lot out there to become a party spot or an attractive nuisance. In terms of the trails, as I said before, those trails will all be constructed by hand, so we won't need equipment to do the trail construction. They are not going to be roads, they're going to be footpaths that people can use. For people who don't want to kind of take a walk through the woods and use the trails, they can also walk right down Halleck Point Road, which is a beautiful wide dirt road, make their way out to the tip of the point and enjoy it that way.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we have one speaker.
We'll take that speaker first.
Real quick, Bill Maxfield, 89 Walcott Street. I never thought I would think that COVID had a good side. Without COVID, we would not have had this length of time to do the preparation that has reduced the cost to the town from existing funds to about $300,000. You just can't believe it. And for any of you non-Boone residents, it's hard to find a place to sit and look at the lake without houses 20 feet on either side of you. Try it. Go down and park across the street, walk out this dirt road, and take a look for yourself. It's gorgeous. So I just want to thank you for cheap money. This $1 million was established over a year ago. If that was today, it would probably be double.
Yes, sir, over here.
Sure. Henry Tarby, 23 Davis Road. First of all, thank you for all the work that people have put into this. On more than one occasion, I've been there and I've seen ospreys hunting. There's a bald eagle that has been frequenting our lake. We must do everything in our power to preserve our natural land. Secondly, a question. What provisions will be made for the maintenance of the trails and the picnic areas? My concern here is the amount of trash that amasses on Sudbury Road, and particularly around the boat area, the ramp area.
Kathy, can you?
Sure. I mean, the maintenance of the trails would be done by myself and by my staff. We have, I don't know even how many miles of trails that we maintain, Town Forest, Marble Hill. We have a summer trail steward working for us this year who's doing great work. We do clean up trash where we find it. I agree the boat ramp in particular has been a problem in the past, and I think it's something we need to look at going forward, kind of separate from this project, but we will have a greater presence in that area now if the town acquires this property.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside?
No, we have no more speakers.
Then I will open for voting for 20 seconds. This will require a 2/3 vote. And a few more seconds. And close. We have 214 votes cast, 203 yes, 11 no. So the motion passes.
And a
Article
reminder, please no applause.
52, do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate and transfer the sum of $65,000 from the Community Preservation Fund Reserve for open space and recreational purposes in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, the Community Preservation Act, to be expended under the direction of the Recreation Commission in consultation with the Community Preservation Committee for the development of a pickleball court at Town Center Park, including installation, equipment, engineering, and other costs or fees incidental thereto, and apply for and accept such gifts and grants as may be available for reimbursement to the town for these purposes. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have a capital planning recommendation?
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning voted to recommend the town support Article 52. While generally supportive of outdoor active recreation as an important community access, the vote was not unanimous and was perhaps reflective of the differing views among town residents as to the demand and the most appropriate location for this activity.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this article by a vote of, 3 to 1 to 1. So we had one person who abstained, we had one person who disagreed based on location of the court.
Thank you, and I believe we have, did we have a presentation? Yes.
Laura Greeno, Stow Recreation Department Director. I always hate having to go after Kathy. She does such a great job. Now I'm freaking out. So I'm here to request CPA funding for a pickleball court at Town Center Park. We can go to the first slide. What is pickleball? I get that a lot. Pickleball was created in 1965 by a couple gentlemen and named it after their dog. It's played on a smaller court similar to a tennis court. Design is similar but just a bit smaller. You play with paddles instead of rackets, and it's a wiffle ball rather than a tennis ball that goes flying. Today it's one of the fastest growing sports in America, 3.3 million and growing. Next slide. If you can see, pickleball isn't just for 65 plus. I get that a lot, but as you can see, across the board from kids to seniors, everybody's playing the game. It's a fun game and easy to learn. So I think, and it's a little less stress on you than tennis. That would be objective on my part. Some people think that it's way more competitive, but what do I know? This is what a pickleball court looks like. The dimensions of the actual court is 20 by 44, but to have safety zones around, we're looking at a court around 36 to 78 feet wide. It's played with a net in the center, and as you can see, it is very similar to tennis. What will we need? We need permanent nets. We know in Stow that sometimes when you leave something out, it disappears pretty quickly. So to have some permanent nets on the court would be great. We need some sort of fencing or screening to keep the balls from going into the parking lot. Signage to give the rules of the courts and any restrictions we may put on play times. And then landscaping so that when you're driving down 117, you're just not seeing a small fence. You're going to see trees and bushes and flowers and such. I've heard that people say that the location's going to affect the view, and that's actually not the case because we're going to be on the next slide. There you go. Off to the right-hand side, and anything beyond the pickleball court is actually just a mound of dirt and trees. And from the road, you'd be able to see the gazebo, our entrance, the parking lot. So everything that you see now. And then on the right-hand side. We have this slide up. You can kind of see where in 2016, we did the design for the park. The play court was always in the design. We just didn't have the funding at the time, and I was kind of going back and forth on what I wanted. So instead of doing something quick, we took the time to figure out what the town wanted, what people want, and now I'm here to ask for funding for this project that you can see, again, was already set in the plan in 2016. This side just representing what other towns have done. You can see other towns that have a lot larger facilities have been putting them over basketball courts and such. Unfortunately, here in Stow, we only have 2 tennis courts that are used quite frequently. So it would be really hard for us to manage the amount of people that want to play pickleball to the amount of people that want to play tennis. That's why I'd like to create a new court. And you can see what we're looking at. We're building one court, 4 people. I can't imagine that this is going to create a lot of noise or problems for any abutters in the area. Brings us to our usage, played during the days of the week. pickleball etiquette, length of time. We can use our online scheduling system so that we can get as many people on the court as possible. And we can restrict the court usage and what goes on the courts by locking gates and such forth to keep the court in good condition for a longer period of time. So the big one, the cost. So when I came to the CPC in December, they kind of asked me to give them a quick, hey, what do you think this is going to cost? And that's where the $65,000 came from. As time has gone on, I've been able to break down the cost and get us to a closer to a $39,000 total cost to put in the pickleball court. On the advice of the town administrator, we kept it at 65 because the cost of materials, labor, equipment, everything is skyrocketing. And when I got these estimates, it was a few months ago, and everything's moving upward so fast. So that's why you see the $65K on the warrant. As you all know, CPC gets the invoice, they get them from me, invoices, then they vote to approve the invoices. Anything that we would have left over would just stay in the CPA funds and be given back to the town for other projects. And I just would hope that you guys would support the court and some additional recreation at the park. Thank you.
Thank you. And we took recommendations from Capital and Finance, I believe, so we are ready. Are there any questions or other debate? We'll take a person inside. Yes, sir.
Yes, David Alter, 21 Woodland Way. This one made me scratch my head a little bit. Unlike most of the people in the town, I generally keep a low profile, and I go along with most of the stuff that happens at town meeting. And I realized that the $65,000 proposed is coming from a preservation fund and is existing money. But in reality, who plays pickleball? I saw the presentation. I had never heard of it when I got this in the mail. I looked it up on the web and I read about it. We have so many better things I think that we could do with this money. We have existing facilities that are already in need of repair. We have trails in the town that have trees down on them. People are encroaching on town property. They're building tree houses in the woods. These are things that need to be addressed. And I think conservation, community preservation funds would be better spent than on a pickleball court that maybe a handful of people in town would ever use. It's just another thing I think that is gonna just rot and become in disrepair in a few years and not be maintained. So I'm not in support of this. Thank you.
Is there someone waiting outside?
Yes, we have one speaker.
We'll take an outside speaker.
John Colonna Romano, 233 Boxborough Road. I'm also a member of the CPC, but I'm speaking as an individual. I don't have a problem with a pickleball court. I understand that it is popular in some circles and even popular for more of the seniors. What I do have a problem with is the location. I think Town Center Park is a poor location for this because I see that park as a quiet place and not as a place where there's sports. There are plenty of other facilities in town that there's sports going on, and I think it would be better in a place where there are other sports going on. I also think that is not very neighborly to put it near the house of worship there, because I think that's an incompatible use between those two things. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, over here.
Sure. Hi there. I'm Kent Scythe, 11 Hale Road. Actually, I was trying not to joke too much, but anyone plays pickleball. So my son and I started playing in April, and we got addicted to it. We are lucky enough to be able to play in our driveway, and it's one of those things like when you buy a new car, everyone seems to have that car. Like now that we play pickleball, we've got neighbors coming over. Actually, I have some old friends coming over to play today. People in town, I find out, you go over and you say, oh, you have a pickleball net. So it's tough because some people don't have anywhere to play. So I'm obviously in favor of this. And also, my son and I have been going to other places we go to Acton, and I go to Ward Park and Marlboro. And the sense of community when you get there, everyone's obviously wonderful, and it's great to have the camaraderie, but we have no place in Stow. So this is an opportunity to have, something, low impact. I've played with multiple people that are over 80, and I've played with 7 and 8-year-olds. It's a great low impact sport for anybody. So just hope and also just real quick about the being too loud. I mean, it's, pickleball is, like she said, a wiffle ball type of thing, and it's not loud at all. I guarantee you, it's far quieter than that playground over there, which is fine as well. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm just saying, it's not like you're going to have teenagers yelling and screaming and bouncing a basketball, which my kids keep me up at night with a basketball, far more than when they play pickleball. It's really quiet.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
I'd like you to just clarify, please. If a yes vote means that it will definitely go into the town center park. If it's a no vote, it's people not necessarily voting, excuse me, against the pickleball. We're voting against, or they would be voting against the location. So please make that clear before the vote comes out.
Yes, the motion that was made was specifically for a pickleball court in the town center park. Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we do have speakers.
We'll take outside.
Karen Gray, 12 Pine Point Road. I live across the lake from somebody who has a pickleball court. And let me tell you, that thing is noisy. You think of a tennis ball, and I've lived next to a tennis court. That's a soft, muted sound because it's a felt ball. This is like, it's a wiffle ball. It makes a lot of noise. It's like a bat hitting a wiffle ball all the time. I'm not against pickleball, but I really like the serenity of the park as it is, or to have activities that take on more than 4 people and are less noisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that was waiting outside?
Yes.
I will take another speaker.
Hi, I've been enjoying the town park, mask on. I've been enjoying the town park, what? Oh, Pat Soren, 174 Barton Road. I've been enjoying the town park this winter and spring and now, and I love the quietness, the beautiful walk, the minister's pond. I can't imagine putting the pickleball court there. I'm very sad about this idea. I love the idea of pickleball, but please don't put it there, please.
Thank you. There's a young lady that's been waiting a long time here. I'll take her.
Mr. Moderator, Linda Hathaway, 76 Crescent Street. And I'm in support of the pickleball court, and I'm in support of this location. It's actually in the center of town. People can walk to it. I think it would be a great site, and I think a lot of people will play with it. I'm looking forward to doing some with all of my grandchildren.
Thank you. We'll take this gentleman over here.
Sure. Hank Tarby, 23 Davis Road. First of all, I want to thank Laura for all the tremendous work she's put into this, and also the amazing amount of work you've put into the town over the 17 years that you've been here, and just remarkable as to what's occurred. That aside, if you read my letter to the editor in the town paper, I addressed the issue of sound. There are 3 ways to mitigate sound. One is distance. If you go to a sound attenuation detector measure, when you put distance and the sound gets muffled. Another technique, which Laura's addressed in her presentation, is the issue of landscaping. The town of Stow has no shortage of trees, arborvitae, pine, hemlock, whatever. And lastly, scheduling. That's the most effective way to deal with sound. You do not schedule during church hours. You can schedule in mornings and not afternoons or evenings. Excuse me. What I'm essentially saying is we have the opportunity to do what other towns have done. And to the gentleman that spoke earlier about the sport being incredibly addictive, it is also incredibly social. And over the past year, with COVID isolating many of us, it was one of the very few sports of which people could play safely and still have social contact. So again, very much in support, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Are there people waiting outside?
Yes, we have a couple speakers.
Why don't we take 2 outside?
Hello, this is William Clark, again from 20 Crescent Street. I want to second the several people who think it's a bad idea to put the the pickleball court specifically in the town center park. In addition to several people who have so thoughtfully explained the noise complaints that I'm concerned about, I would also register that I think that the town center park would be a poor location because the pickleball court would act as an aesthetic eyesore. It would be a great big piece of tarmac in the middle of an otherwise very green, very peaceful part of Stow. And I have been I have been so grateful for the town center park's opening in the last couple years because of the refuge it's offered during COVID, and as a simple gathering place to get close to nature and experience Minister's Pond, which is otherwise blocked from public view. And I would also like to raise the issue of, I would never discourage people getting together outside to pursue sports, because I think it's a very valuable way to build community, especially among children and families. But I would venture to say that Stow has a far better location for a pickleball court, and that would be the Stow Community Park in the western area of the town. This is an area which already has a lot of large sports playing areas, so it would fit better with the character of that area. The noise complaint would be mitigated because there's already a substantial amount of noisy recreation in that area. And it would not block the public from enjoying the aesthetic pleasure of the town center park, or prove a disruption to the church, or break the concentration or enjoyment of people wishing to experience the Minister's Pond and the wooded area next to it.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Cynthia Mesh, 19 Canterbury Road. I'd like to speak in favor of the pickleball court and in the location where it is. I'm somebody who looks normal, but I actually have some physical limitations, and tennis is no longer accessible to me. But pickleball is different enough that it can be accessible to people like me and others who can't play that. And so it provides a diversity of recreational sports in this town that we wouldn't otherwise have in this sense. And I also think it provides a diversity of location for active play. And as has already been mentioned, there is active play at Town Center Park, so I'd like to speak in favor of it.
Thank you. We'll take a couple people in here. Yes, over here.
Ellen Sturgis, 12 Canterbury Road. So I don't like the location for the reasons that I've said, so I won't repeat that. But I guess my biggest concern is that nearly all the CPC recommendations, like we heard with the previous proposal, a lot of fundraising was done to mitigate the cost to the town. And I'm really disappointed to see that. I know it's in the language to get fundraising, but there hasn't been any effort. There's been a lot of efforts to write letters, but not a lot to cut the cost in half. So I would still, if this passes, still encourage the people who are really pushing this to raise some money so that it's not all on the CPC money.
Thank you. Yes, sir, over here.
Guy Washburn, 35 Red Acre Road. While I will argue that pickleball isn't popular, I find its location quite troubling because it's part of a general trend to reduce the natural aspect of the little remaining open space in Stow. We're, through development and various other things, just using up every single square inch of the town and not allowing open space for nature. And while the current park is certainly a man-influenced structure, adding more things like, organized ballparks and things like that to it really just further degrades its natural things and keeps people from really enjoying and letting nature really enjoy the natural environment for, what it's there for.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside?
Yes, we have a couple speakers.
Why don't we take the couple of speakers outside?
Hi, I'm Jack O'Keefe, live on 28 Wildwood Road. I'm in favor of the pickleball court and in the location. I think it's kind of a dumb idea to say there's a noise complaint when there's a playground right there. seems kind of weird. Also, location is good, and Snow Fields doesn't have any space. There's a soccer field, there are 2 baseball fields, there's tennis courts. Realistically, where would that go? Overall, I think it's a good location, center of town, everyone can go there. Pickleball is a good sport. It's good cardio. It's not very stressful on any of your joints. Everyone can play it. Everyone can enjoy it. And it's a public work, so it creates jobs as well. So, yeah.
Hi, Lori Clark, 39 Bradley Lane. It struck me, something that Lara said was that we need to keep it at 65,000 because, as we all know, costs are skyrocketing because there's a lot of demand given the time that we're in. My question is, given that, are we really looking to pay double for what it would cost to build one? Should we think about when is the right time to build it? I guess I'm just curious for her to elaborate on that statement.
Can you respond?
Geez, I don't know. I don't think it's going to cost double the amount, but you have to build in a buffer to any project that you're about to embark on. We don't know if there's something underground that we might encounter, so it's important to have a buffer. And we still have to go out and get bids on the project. I think the Rec Commission will vote on those bids. If they come in at a price that we're not willing to pay, then we just will wait for the market prices to go down and do it at that time. But I also want to address the fact that if we don't do it at Town Center Park, I will come back because pickleball is not going away, and that at another location such as Pine Bluff, the cost will be double. Right now at Town Center Park, we created the park to have a play court here. It's a flat area. It doesn't have to be, no trees have to be taken down. All we have to do is the drainage and put the court in and landscaping. So this is the best bang for your buck for what we have, the space we have. And then just since I'm here, to address the noise again, there's a lot of testing that have been done. I can pull out my phone and give you all kinds of stats, but in reality, the pickleball court is at a lower decibel being played than the traffic on 117, than birds chirping in the air, in the sky, and groups that we allow to sing at the park and the playground. So again, that's where I stand on the noise complaint.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
Hi, Cindy Cummings, 22 Davis Road. Thank you so much for providing the opportunity for even considering a pickleball court. I'm a new advocate, and it's a great sport, and
A little louder.
I
if you
was
could.
grateful to see that Stow would consider it for all the reasons that have been mentioned. I just had one question actually about this, because it looks like this article is to designate the funding, the spending, but it says town center or another existing town recreation. So it seems like it already includes the option of moving it somewhere, but just allocating the money from the CPC to pickleball.
Yes, sir, over here.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. I'm just curious if you've done any kind of evaluation. When you put the park in, there wasn't much children's play stuff over there. Has that been added to since the last time I've been there?
I understand.
Okay.
If I'm on or not, but yes, we have a natural play area there now.
So you get like toys and slides and stuff like this over there?
Yeah, well, we went for, again, to blend into the park, and if anybody knows, I was part of the original plan with Kathy in design and implementing the park.
I'm familiar with what was there originally.
Yeah, and, aesthetics is very important to us, so I wouldn't just say, hey, let's throw this in here if I didn't think we could blend it into the park.
Okay, so why I'm leading to this question is that there wasn't much activity when the park was first opened because there wasn't much there for the kids to play on and stuff like this. Now I'm concerned about parking. Now you're gonna add pickleball to this. I don't think you have adequate parking for the play area and for pickleball, for that small parking lot that's there. I don't think you have the room for the people to have an additional space over there. You're gonna have people overflowing into the church, but I don't think it's right to the church. As it is, we're already using access through their property to get to the park. I think adding the extra thing there would be wrong. Now you're gonna put a 10-foot fenced area over there
No.
around the pickleball court? That's what the paperwork says, 10-foot.
No, unless somebody put that in there, it definitely would not be a 10-foot fencing. And as far as the parking, we have an agreement with the church to do overflow parking, and they, as well as them, do overflow parking into our parking lot if they have a funeral or a service or something along those lines.
Okay, so if the church gets sold to somebody else down the road, that'll go away, and we'll have a park that we don't have adequate parking. So that's the only concerns I would have. So I'm not in favor of the location, because I think it's a bad location next to the church like that.
Thank you. Before we take any more speakers, I'd like to make a clarification to something that was said before. It's a town meeting oddity. We don't actually vote on the warrant. This is an agenda in some ways. We vote on the motions, and the motion that was read is for a pickleball court at the town center park. So if the motion passes, that's the only place it could be built under this motion. Is there anyone waiting outside to speak?
Yes, we have.
I will take a couple.
Yes, we have several speakers.
I will take 2 speakers outside.
John Wendler, 22 Cross Street. I'd like to call the question.
We've had a motion to call the question. Do we have a second? There's no debate on this, and it requires a 2/3 vote. I'm going to open the floor for 20 seconds to vote on ending debate. It'll take a second to open it up. We have to add a... This is a 2/3. All right, now we're opening the vote to end debate. Ten more seconds. And this is again just a motion to end debate. And we're done. We had 188 votes and 167 yes and 21 no. The motion passes to end debate. So now we proceed immediately to a vote on the motion on Article 52. This requires a majority vote, and we will open the vote.
Is it a 2/3?
No, this is a majority vote. Oops.
Mr.
Okay.
Moderator, apparently the devices are not working.
The voting isn't open yet. We had to adjust something, sorry.
It's a simple majority.
Simple majority. Okay, the vote is now open. Ten more seconds. Couple more seconds, and we are done. We had exactly 200 votes, 97 yes and 103 no. So the motion does not pass. The motion fails under Article 52. Article 53.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 53 as printed in the warrant, and as funding therefore, transfer the sum of $30,000 from the Community Preservation Fund Reserve for open space. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Sorry, one sec. We need a capital planning recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning unanimously voted to recommend the town support the use of Community Preservation Act funds to develop a walking path to access the Kane land in Gleasondale.
Thank you. We have no presentation, so are there any questions or comments? We have one inside. Yes.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lavina, 532 Gleasondale Road. I'm one of the abutters of this property, and although I support the creation of the trails, I would enjoy being able to walk on this property too. I'm concerned that the only access point along Gleasondale Road is currently bounded by a guardrail because of the dangerous nature of the curve. And I have concerns that my property will become the access point to the trails. So all I'm asking is that as the engineer, if this is approved, that the engineers spend a lot of time figuring out how to allow access to the property, because it's also abutted by private property on what you see as that long red side. So it will be really interesting to see what compromises can be made to access that land in a safe way off of Gleasondale Road, rather than down my driveway or my neighbor's driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside?
We have no speakers.
I see no one else inside. We can proceed to a vote. This requires a majority vote, and we will open voting for 20 seconds. Ten more seconds. 3, 2, 1, and we're done. 164 votes, 142 yes, 22 no. The motion under Article 53 passes. Article 54.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 54 as printed in the warrant, and further, that the purchase of said conservation restriction on the south course be contingent on approval of the purchase of portions of land at the north course of Stow Acres at a subsequent town meeting. The Select Board recommends favorable action on this article.
We have a motion and a second. Capital planning.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Planning voted unanimously to recommend the town support the expenditure of Community Preservation Act funds for a conservation restriction on the south course at Stow Acres. We recognize the town's need to have a comprehensive plan for the future of this large property, and we view passage of Article 54 as an important first step toward development of that plan.
Thank you. Are there any debate or questions on the motion under Article 54? I see no one inside. Is there anyone outside? Oh, I'm sorry, we had a presentation. From Mr. Stedman from the Planning Department.
And Bob Wilbur as well.
And Bob Wilbur from the Open Space Committee.
Thank you. Okay.
Conservation Trust, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, my name is Jesse Stedman. I'm a town planner here in Stow. I'm joined by Bob Wilbur, the president of Stow Conservation Trust. I'm going to quickly take you through some of the basics of this article, and we can answer questions, of course. Some of you may have heard me say in the past on some of the public forums that we've had that the purchase of the restriction for Stow Acres South Course is really once in a generation opportunity. And I say that because it sets in motion a master plan that has been developed that touches on so many of the different goals and needs of this town from a planning perspective that we're going to quickly get into. So, I'm excited to be able to present this with Bob and on behalf of the project team. Before we get going, I just want to give a little background. It was a little over a year ago that when the rumors started swirling of Stow Acres being up for sale or potentially going to a new use, that Bob came forward and approached myself and Kathy Sparrow, the conservation director, and in turn, the owner of Stow Acres, who's been represented by Peter Brown, about hiring a landscape architecture and planning firm to really help think about what could be the future of Stow Acres from a broad perspective. We knew what some of the alternatives look like that we're going to share with you here in a couple of moments. And the idea to come together and think bigger about the parcel was really just something that everybody felt strongly about. So I do want to just quickly recognize Peter Brown of Stow Acres and give credit to him for trusting in this process, because essentially we've turned the dynamic of the typical town and developer relationship on its head. And that in itself has been compelling throughout this entire process. So what we're going to do is I'm going to provide just the big picture of the master plan, and Bob is definitely going to get into a little bit more on some of the specifics. But I want to do that while also just reminding, I'm sorry, a couple of slides, please, to the summary slides. Just to remind folks that this article is about purchasing the conservation restriction, but that really sets in motion this other long-term vision. It's just one piece of the big puzzle. So we'll try to keep coming back to that to make sure we recognize what it is we're voting on tonight versus what that vote does for future opportunities. Next slide, please. So, you know, this entire effort, like I said, when Bob first approached myself and Kathy and the property owner, was really born out of this intent to potentially sell Stow Acres. And I think while everyone may not be able to agree on all aspects of the master plan and the things that we hear tonight, there's been broad agreement that the alternatives really offer potentially very little for the town. The current zoning right now, Stow Acres, our largest golf course in town, is zoned residential, has been zoned residential for a long time. There's the possibility of constructing anywhere between 138, 150-ish homes on Stow Acres. You know, traditional subdivisions, 4 to 5 bedroom homes, pretty large homes, I'm sure. You know, the type the region and the town already has plenty of, quite frankly. And that conventional build-out offers no opportunity for open space preservation and certainly no opportunity for any recreation space. But I think even more detrimental is the alternative here is the process that it sets up, and that is this idea of potentially having this piecemeal development that unfolds over a series of years where we come back to multiple town meetings focused on our right of first refusal through Chapter 61, trying to figure out if whatever piece is being taken out at that time is worth expending funds on, how does it fit into a bigger puzzle. We forego that opportunity by not having a master plan in place, and I think that's why this has been so helpful, at least from a planning perspective.
I'd like to
Yep.
point out, sorry.
Yep.
You're a quarter of the way through your slides and almost halfway through your time.
Great, I'll get through it. Thank you. So, next slide, please. And we'll go through the next one as well. So I just want to say that, give you an idea of what the comprehensive vision is. It's right now, next slide, please. So the comprehensive vision for Stow Acres includes a reconfigured golf course on the north side, continuing golf on the south course, a way to balance some of the recreation needs, ball fields, and other aspects of recreation alongside a village-style neighborhood development on the north course as well. This could be ringed by a publicly accessible walking and bike trail. Everything is kind of cohesive. Each of the pieces fit together with the south course Stow Acres conservation restriction being that first step. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was animation there. Okay, so next one, please. Oh, I think this, yes, okay. I didn't realize there was animation on there. So just want to go quickly over the numbers here. When you put it into context of the alternatives, I think the numbers are pretty compelling. On the north course, 60 acres of golf, 12 acres of ball fields, 73 acres of conservation, 32 acres is the village development. That's less than 10% of the entire total of the acreage of the entire Stow Acres.
Next slide, please. I'm going, next slide? Yep, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Bob to take over, and I will pick up on some of the housing slides as necessary.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Next slide. Nope, keep going. Nope, back one. There you go, thank you. Okay, thank you, Jesse, and I'll move as quickly as possible here. As Jesse said, we were hearing rumors that there were big development plans at Stow Acres, and I will just want to confirm for everyone that we have since confirmed that large national home builders were submitting offers to purchase Stow Acres complete and to build a very large development that would consume essentially the entire footprint. 330 acres, the largest privately held property in Stow. Property that size would have a huge effect on what Stow is. And it's that large to be able to have that kind of an impact, either positively or negatively. Next slide. In terms of the, there are many additional protections that would be created under this comprehensive outcome. This would really answer the question, what's going to happen at Stow Acres once and for all? Acquiring high quality land for additional recreation facilities, additional protections and ecological restorations along the Assabet River and Elizabeth Brook and other sensitive resource areas. Next slide. The proposed outcome checks a lot of the boxes in the priorities identified in the Stow's Open Space and Recreation Plan, 2016. That's the current plan. Next slide. And as much as anything, Stow is defined by several things. One of them is that we have a lot of protected open space. It's really valued by the citizens here. It's part of why we're all here. It's a very green community. The southwest quadrant of Stow is really underserved by open space, and I would argue this is the best opportunity we are ever going to see to address that inequity and provide the open space that other portions of the town have. Next slide. Golf is one of the other defining elements of Stow. When you talk to people about where you live, what do they always say? Oh yes, farms or orchards or golf. Those are the things they think of when they think of Stow. And Stow Acres has been a really big part of the golf history of Stow. It has historical significance as well with the Randall Homestead, and something that maybe some of you don't know, I didn't know until a few months ago, that Stow Acres was the site of the United States black men's national championships in the 1920s. And it's something we can be very proud of that it happened here in Stow. It's celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. Next slide. Here's some of the views, the additional public access that would be opened up through the conservation restriction on the south course, access along the Assabet River looking across to the beautiful Rock Bottom Farm. Next slide. Purchase of the conservation restriction, kind of like Halleck Point in some ways, tremendous value. We're proposing to acquire for $1.5 million a conservation restriction that we know now through independent appraisal is worth $3.6 million. And these are to be paid by CPA funds in hand. And as Jesse said, this is an absolutely essential component of bringing the other benefits to fruition. Keep in mind, we needed to provide an alternative path for the owner who was being courted by large developers offering huge sums of money. So that's why this is such an important piece. It's part of the puzzle that makes the finances work for the owner.
Thank you. Did we, I didn't write it down. Did we get a capital planning recommendation? Yes, we did. Thank you. So we're ready for any debate or questions. Is there anyone waiting outside?
We have no speakers outside.
We have someone inside, and Mr. Wilbur, could you repeat what the what you think the assessed appraised value is?
Sure.
Purchasing?
The current appraised value, I actually got the numbers just in the last few weeks. This was appraised by Avery Associates in West Acton, a very highly respected professional appraisal company. They concluded a current market value of $3.6 million. The way a conservation restriction is appraised is it's the value before a restriction is put on, and that's the value for housing development, essentially, the highest best use. And then the value after the restriction's in place, and that's the value as a golf course. The difference between those two, the delta, is the value of the conservation restriction, and that's $3.6 million.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, over here.
Kathleen Pavlicek, 102 Old Bolton Road. I'd like some clarification on what happens if 2 years from now we are not able to reach agreement with the owner and this project doesn't go forward in this concept. What happens to the conservation easement? Is it null and void? Do we have to take another action?
Mr. Wilbur, can you answer that?
So the way, it's a very fair question, and I answer it like this, that the way the warrant, the way the motion was read, which I strongly agree with, is that we're looking for authorization here as much to send a message to the owner that they should continue down the path with us, but the funds won't be expended until agreement is reached and approval for authorization for purchase of the land on the north course. What I can say to you is we expect to have negotiations with them over that in the coming weeks. This has all been moving very quickly, as you can imagine. Things look very favorable for getting excellent terms again, like we've got on purchasing the conservation restriction on the south course. One of the benefits of acquiring our conservation components of this outcome is that we're piggybacking on a for-profit development that is a portion of it. That development was being done in exactly the way we wanted it done. That was a big change from what was in the works. By collaborating with us, they proposed to build exactly the type of housing we most want to see and we most need as a community.
That's not really my question. I totally support the efforts that's been going on, and I really do hope this happens.
Yep.
But my question was, if it doesn't, does the conservation easement concept just go away? I mean, I know we haven't spent the money, but do we have to take another vote to rescind this? I'm just more logistics and.
You would.
Okay.
The funds would be approved, they would be on the books.
Okay.
Again, that's an important signal to the owner that the town is with you and wants to proceed down the path of doing this collaborative, non-traditional outcome. And, but the funds would not be expended until the other pieces are in place.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting outside to speak?
We have no speakers outside.
We'll recognize another person inside. Yes.
Kathleen Fisher, 1 White Pond Road. I know I listened to all the presentations and a couple questions.
A little louder, please.
I listened to the previous presentations we had, and I was curious, if this didn't go through, would this still be offered to the town to be purchased? Or is that off the boards with this? Is there another step? And is there a 40B going in conjunction with this that's already been applied for?
I couldn't hear the last part of your
Oh,
question.
I understood that part of this was going to be a 40B later, and I didn't know if any applications had already been put in for that to the state.
Again, I was struggling with the second part. The first,
Sorry.
the first part I got.
Yeah, go ahead. The first one's most important to me.
Yeah. And could you remind me what it was again, please?
This is, do we get a
If this-
chapter 61 right? of
Oh,
first
yes,
refusal?
yes, thank you, Dave.
So it won't be eliminated.
Yes, so, no, that right of first refusal would still pertain. The property's in 61. If this fails, the developer would, the owner would still need to give the town the chance to purchase the property for between 12 and $15 million, most likely. If they were to develop it. And again, I have confirmed that multiple large national home builders were seeking to acquire the whole property and do a mega development of exactly the types of houses that we already have enough of.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. What's the advantage for the seller to go this route? If we're not going to be purchasing the property, we're going to buy a conservation restriction and on part of the land, and then they're going to sell it to somebody else, the remainder to
A
somebody
little louder,
else.
please.
They're going to sell the remainder to somebody else, is that correct? And is there any outstanding offers right now, or any accepted offers right now from the seller, by the seller from a purchaser?
I may be missing your question, but we heard rumors that we then confirmed that they were entertaining offers to sell the entire property. Because they had not accepted an offer yet, they did not have to provide a
61A.
right of first refusal to the town, but
Correct.
that was right around the corner. And we said, instead, work with us on a non-traditional collaborative planning exercise. And that has generated a host of benefits to the community that were far beyond anything that the private development would have provided. What's in it for the seller is sale of the housing pod to the developer, Marco Hagan, who's been a great collaborative member in this exercise. And also the sale of the conservation restriction on the south course. And then at a future town meeting, the sale, what you town meeting voters would consider, would be the opportunity to purchase all of the north course with the exception of the housing pod, subject to a lease back for golf for a limited period. That lease back for golf would bring our purchase price down for that north course portion purchase.
So the seller's basically going to keep a golf course there for themselves.
Yes, and we want them to.
And then you're going to get, they're going to sell part of this property to Hagan. Is that what the idea is right now?
That's right.
Where the housing part's going to be.
Correct.
And there's going to be rental units there?
Yes.
And
A combination, maybe
a mixed combination. I saw what's on the proposal.
Yeah.
The mixed combination of all. But they've got no accepted offers. There's no accepted offers by the seller from anybody else. So in other words, the town couldn't say, okay, we want to buy this whole property at X amount of dollars. We could do that when they offer, but ahead of the 61A. We can't try and negotiate that ahead of it. The whole thing without having to deal with.
That's correct.
We could do that, but we haven't.
That's correct.
Have we thought about that?
So the plan that we are so enthusiastic about, and I want to be as clear as I can be, I am wildly enthusiastic about this. Under the opportunity where the property is developed under traditional development, 90% of it is developed. Under this plan, 90% of it is open space. We're able to achieve the vast majority of what we would achieve by expending $15 million to buy the entire property at a fraction of that
Okay.
A very small fraction of that.
See, I'm thinking about what Kathy Sparrow was doing with Halleck Point, that we're buying the property, it's gonna end up costing us, $300,000-$400,000 from CPA funds. And then she's selling two pieces of the property for $630,000 to pay back some of those funds, so to speak, to pay for the purchase.
Yeah.
Now, if we did the same thing, we said, okay, we're gonna spend $12 million on the package, or $15 million on the entire package, and then take part of that $15 million and sell a certain portion of it out, that we, to pay for the property, we'd have a lot less of a sale that we'd have to give away, a lot less property we'd have to give away, and then the town would own the land, rather than having a golf course or a conservation restriction onto it. We could do whatever we wanted to it in the future.
So I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And I would just point out that that's effectively what we're doing.
Well,
by working with the developer, we're getting the same housing outcome, exactly the housing that we want built, without taking the risk of being the one selling those lots.
But you're talking about selling.
I'm going to ask if there's anyone outside that wishes to speak.
Yes, we do have a speaker.
So I'm going to take a speaker outside. No, that's okay.
Hello, it's Alice DeLuca, 26 Crescent Street. There is a spider building a web on the microphone out here, just so you know. I just wanted to say I think we're very fortunate to see a collaborative approach to this project. It's always been in the back of everybody's minds in Stow, oh my God, what happens if one of the golf courses gets developed? And I think that Kathy and Bob and everyone else has spent a great deal of time and effort making a novel approach to this, and something maybe that's going to give us what we want. The best case scenario for the town, and I am fully in support of it, and I think the spider needs to go somewhere else.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside waiting to speak?
Yes, we have another speaker.
We'll take them.
Yeah, Peter McManus, 71 Red Acre Road. I spent most of the last decade on various financial committees here reviewing all the spending plans. And I have to say, this is the best plan I've seen easily in that whole time. And the proactive nature of some of our elected officials and private and the organizations to see this coming. As Bob said, we now find out how close we were to really having a terrible outcome here. And to have the skill and subtlety to get the owner to agree to something that's not necessarily going to fill his pockets the most, while preserving 27 out of 36 holes and all the rest. I think it's an outstanding result. So I'm very strongly in favor of this. Well done.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside waiting?
We have no other speakers.
I see one person inside.
Here I am again. I shouldn't be up here now.
A little louder, Bill.
Trying to speak to this issue because it's over my head. But just for discussion, the underlying movement here, in my opinion, is to prevent the building of homes in this town, which to many people apparently is the thing to do. We have hundreds more acres of orchards and golf course land in town. And is it the proposal of the open space people that we buy or negotiate something for all of this land to keep homes from being built here? It kind of thank God I won't be around to see this all happen, but because I don't want to pay for it all. I once told one fellow that moved into one of the building projects around here that, they were trying to keep homes from being built, and I said, well, I wasn't happy to see you come here either, because it changed the whole position and outlook of the little town that I grew up in. And of course, that's progress, they say. But I wanted to find out how you're going to handle it in the future when all these other properties become available and no one else can have a home in this town. except existing. I don't, it's difficult for me to understand the movement totally, except to prevent homes from being built because they might bring children, which might cost money in the school system.
You're hard to hear there, Bill.
And how did all the other towns surrounding us survive this? Or will they survive it?
Thank you. We had someone waiting, I believe, over here.
Courtney Fretcha, Boxborough Road. I just always love hearing Mr. Byron speak and his excellent points. As a member of the Affordable Housing Trust, I just wanted to kind of highlight actually what Bill was saying in another way. This project creates a lot of affordable housing. It would build, if it all comes to fruition, it would build rental cottages, rental apartments that are affordable for, hopefully for folks in town, and for others that need low-cost housing in this region. And it does possibly, you know, if this is built, it would actually give us the safe harbor that we've talked about over, I don't know how many years since I've been coming to town meetings. It would give us safe harbor for probably 1 decade and possibly 2 decades against a 40B development. So what that means is that we would be able to negotiate more with a developer coming in and wanting to build here. It might not mean that we won't have any more houses in Stow, but it puts us in a different position when we get an applicant for a very large development. And that would be in itself a huge achievement to get us that safety that we've been looking for.
Thank you. Yes, sir, over here.
Alex Rosovich, Treaty on Lane. I move to end debate, please.
We have a motion to end debate. Do we have a second? We have a second. This requires a 2/3 vote. It'll take a second to set it up. And voting is open for 20 seconds. About 10 more seconds. As I've said before, a motion to end debate requires a 2/3 vote. We have 3 seconds left, and it's closed. 180 votes, 169 in favor, 11 against. The motion to end debate passes. Let me just... So now we'll go to the main motion, which, because it's purchasing an interest in land, will also require a 2/3 vote. And we ready? We are now open for 20 seconds. Ten more seconds. 2, 1, and we're closed. 184 votes, 178 in favor, 6 against, and the motion under Article 54 passes.
Please,
Article
no applause.
55. Do we have a motion for Article 55?
I'm sorry.
That would be Ms. Sturgis.
Sorry, just totally distracted. Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 55 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion and a second. We have no presentations. Is there any questions or other debate on motion under Article 55? Is there anyone outside?
We have no speakers outside.
Then we will proceed to a vote. We will open voting for 20 seconds. This requires a majority vote. And about 7 more seconds. And we're closed. 125 votes, 122 in favor, 3 against. The motion passes. Article 56.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 56 as printed in the warrant with the following exception. Section 8.9.5.1 will be lettered A, B, C, and D. Currently in the warrant, it's A, B, C, and C. So there's a little typo. That's the change from the warrant.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. As noted, it's has one minor change, that the second C is a D. And I believe we have a presentation on Article 56.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, my name is Jesse Stedman, Town Planner here in the town of Stow. We'll get right to the next slide. Thank you. It's no surprise, home prices are sky high. Housing is in record demand. The purpose of updating this active adult neighborhood overlay district is to provide a better option for the types of development that could otherwise be allowed in this district as it stands today. So this bylaw is essentially being developed so that we can steer developers away from uses that are incompatible with the kind of housing and conservation uses that, that the town is in need of. Next slide, please. So the town is obviously made up of a patchwork of different zoning districts. Each of those districts allows for different uses. The overlay district is something that lays on top of that from a kind of a map perspective that allows even further uses. So right now we have an active adult neighborhood overlay district. It's how Arbor Glen community was built. It's how the Regency at Stow was built. However, there is currently a cap on the number of those units that we can construct in town. So what this bylaw does is be able to lift that cap, but while lifting that cap by a certain number, also requiring a whole bunch of other requirements that put it in more in line with the kinds of modern needs that we have versus what we thought we needed back in 2002. Next slide, please. So this is important right now, obviously, because we have a developer that is interested in the parcels off of Hudson Road that are better known as Athens Lane. So this specific bylaw would be tailored and would help us as a planning board be able to steer development in an outcome that provides more open space and provides the kind of housing that we actually need in town, which I'm going to have Malcolm get into. So real quick, we're just going to go through what the current development opportunities are there. Right now, Athens Lane, the parcels you just saw, are zoned as residential. You can do manufacturing, warehousing, recreational marijuana. There's a lot of different uses there. Next slide, please. We had a developer come forward a couple of years ago with the option to do some screen storage. And what they wanted to do is almost exactly what you see in the photo here, was just a place to store construction equipment and different materials of that nature. Neither of those uses have an open space component. Neither of them address what has now become a housing crisis. And next slide, please. We also know from concept plans that there had been interest in potentially using comprehensive permit through Chapter 40B to build quite a few units here. And this is a process, unfortunately, that sometimes we don't have as much input into and can't direct the developer towards the exact kind of housing that we're looking for. I'm going to turn it over to Malcolm Reagan, our assistant planner, and he'll explain kind of why this better fits our goals.
Thank you, Jesse. Hi, everyone. I'm Malcolm Reagan. I'm the Assistant Town Planner and Geographic Information Systems Administrator here in Stow. I'll be talking, next slide, please, just about some of the goals that the Planning Board wrote into the proposed amendment that is here before you today. The first one is to produce age-targeted homes and communities. That means housing that is accessible for people to age in place. Both the housing and the actual neighborhoods those are contained in. A diversity of housing types, meaning a diversity of size, design, and affordability. Improved open space planning that adopts standards from other successful town bylaws, namely the Planned Conservation Development Bylaw. And generate functional indoor and outdoor community spaces to provide areas not just to live in these places, but to really foster an inclusive community there. Next slide, please. So going a little more into that first goal there, producing HR communities, the amended bylaw includes a set of design standards which prioritize accessibility, both for older adults and anyone else. These include things like first floor master bedrooms, zero-step entrances, 36-inch wide doorway clearances, and options for covered off-street parking that does not impede accessibility. Not only will the housing be built for accessibility for aging in place, but as well as the neighborhoods around it. Those are all accounted for in new design guidelines in these proposed amendments. Next slide, please. Goal number 2 is to require diversity of housing types. So first off, all units that are being proposed in the amended bylaw would be limited to 2 bedrooms. A mix of unit types would be permitted, including single-family homes, townhomes or row housing up to 4 units per structure, cottage-style dwellings, so smaller housing units oriented around shared common spaces, and multifamily housing subject to other design requirements in the bylaw. Importantly, 30% of all units that would be allowed in the zoning district would have to be less than 1,800 square feet. The planning board is also written in mandatory design findings to allow the planning board some control over things like architectural design, proportion and scaled housing, landscaping, those sort of things. Also, 15% of units in this district would be designated affordable, up from 10% in the prior version. Next slide, please. Third goal is to improve open space planning. So 50% of all land area in this district must be in these developments must be designated as open space, with design requirements to ensure that that open space is not accounted for by large areas of clearance. A lot of this work draws on expertise the planning board has built working with planned conservation developments in the past, and it accounts for including design features that allow for open space that prioritizes continuity of parcels, recognizing that continuous open space provides both for better recreation opportunities for residents as well as improved ecological services of the site. Next slide, please. And the last goal was to generate functional community spaces for residents, being both indoor and outdoor. Outdoor community spaces can include things like walkways and paths connecting the development to itself, community gardens, public courtyard areas, and indoor spaces would include things like clubhouses, community kitchens, pools, and the other indoor event spaces. Next slide. And with that, I think we can...
Thank you. Is there any debate or questions on the proposed zoning change? Yes, sir.
Mark Forks, 39 Adams Drive. You must be sick of seeing me.
A little closer to the mic, please.
You must be sick of seeing me by now. My question is there, right now, you're talking about doing zoning changes, and it looks like it's targeted at Athens Lane. Is there any 40B outstanding right now that someone's trying to do that's submitted to the state or anything like this?
There's nothing proposed at the moment. We know that that's always an option and an opportunity for the developer.
Correct. My question would be is, what is this zoning law change going to do? It's not going to be able. It's not preventing a 40B because 40B basically eliminates any of the town's bylaws. They can do whatever they want according to the 40B state standards. Correct.
That's true. So basically, the way I look at it is by changing this bylaw, we've just tried to create a more attractive menu item. The developer has options and ability to do different things. We're adding this one here to hopefully attract and incentivize this type of development specifically because we know it gets more of the, it gets at more of the town's goals and benefits. So they still have the option, I'm sorry.
This is basically trying to get a contractor to come in and say, well, gee, the zoning laws have been loosened up a little bit. We can do a development here rather than having to fight the town or fight the state for a 40B.
Often that's the kind of thing that they think about, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone waiting outside?
No, we have no speakers.
We have another speaker inside.
Hi, Carolyn Whaler on North Shore Drive. I had a question on the map. You're talking primarily about Athens Lane, but I see a lavender color over by White Pond Road. Is that currently an active overlay district, or is that proposed to be?
Yes, good question. That parcel is in the active adult neighborhood overlay district. It was included back in 2002. We have not proposed changing the actual map. So it is possible that, that parcel could be of interest, but it isn't right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, is there anyone outside?
No, we have no speakers.
Then we will open the vote. This is a zoning change. It'll require a 2/3 vote. And I need to start my 20-second timer. About 10 more seconds. And we're closed. We only had 109 votes cast. There was 103 yes, 6 no, so the motion under Article 56 passes. Article 57.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 57 as printed in the warrant and as funding therefore borrow the sum of $175,000.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or other debate on PFAS remediation expenses? Is there anyone outside?
Yes, we have a speaker.
No, we'll take the outside speakers.
Alan Fierce, 284 Red Acre Road. I understand from the notes below the article that this is PFAS to remediate contamination from the former fire station. The article itself doesn't say that. It could be read so that the money could be used in other parts of town where we know there are PFAS water contamination. It exists. And we do have many people around town who are not directly affected by the fire station. So I guess I have a question, which is, could this money be applied to a wider group than just the fire station recipients? And what, if anything, is Stow planning to do going forward with respect to the fact that we do have PFAS contamination all over town?
Town administrator, I think, can address that.
Yes, so this one is specific to what was started last year, which was the former fire station. To my knowledge, the other areas in town that have been determined to have PFAS are all from private businesses, so they are remediating themselves. There is the Department of Fire Services, there's the Gleasondale Mill. Bose is actually doing some testing around their facility, so they would be responsible for the cleanup and the remediation of that PFAS. This is, currently we have about 88 homeowners that we have agreements with. We are conducting samples on an ongoing basis. We've provided transmittal data to 70 property owners for their initial sampling events. Last year, $250,000 was appropriated. We've spent $175,000, well, that's the expected to be spent by June 30th. Phase 2 of this project is $250,000, but with the $75,000 left, this is the $175,000. Again, this is just the start of remediation on the PFAS at the town's responsibility. We are looking into grants. There are some opportunities coming down with possibly some federal funding that the private businesses could take advantage of as well. But this funding specifically is only for the town's liability to PFAS that happened on our property.
Thank you. Is there anyone else outside?
We have no other speakers.
We have one inside. Yes, sir.
Mark Forbes, 39 Adams Drive. My question about the former fire station would be, could a new well just be drilled over there? Would that, and just have the well? Because I know they did some road work there to replace some piping over there, emergency last year or the year before, to the fire station. Could that just have a new well drilled over there?
So the contamination is not from the well, it's ground contamination now. So if you look at, and I apologize because we don't have it here, where the former fire station sits, we go out in sort of circles, and the ground is contaminated, so individual property owners' wells are now contaminated because it's in the soil and in the ground. So based on what you're proposing, we would have to find a spot to drill new wells for everybody, but again, it's in the ground, so the contamination exists. So we need to remediate it at the source coming into homeowners' houses.
Okay, so basically you're putting in some kind of remediation system.
Putting in POET systems to remove the PFAS as it goes in.
Thank you. Again, is there anyone outside?
We have no other speakers.
Then there's no one inside, so I will open voting for 20 seconds. This will again require a 2/3 vote because it's borrowing. And about 5 more seconds. And we're done. We had 105 votes, 107 votes, thank you. There were a couple of latecomers, 101 yes and 6 no, so the motion under Article 57 passes.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I'd ask you to suspend the applause rules and to give residents an opportunity to thank Tom Ryan for his many years of service to the town of Stow on this, his last town meeting as chair of the Select Board.
Thank you, and we'll take a motion from Mr. Ryan.
First, I'm just gonna say, thank you, y'all. And thank you guys for all coming out. You guys are what makes it all worthwhile, all the volunteers that are here, all the people that have been volunteering for years. It's made it very rewarding and worthwhile to me. So, thank you very much. That being said, I want to get out of here too. Mr. Moderator, I move this meeting be dissolved.
All in favor, just raise your hands. All opposed? I'm going to call that unanimously in favor. So these ended up working very well, thank you.